21, and we'll call this meeting to order for the special personnel committee meeting this day. The agenda is we're going to talk about meeting times, but we'll talk about that later. We'll skip that for now. And there's several personnel requests on our agenda this date, so why don't we start with that? Oh, and I should mention that Jennifer Tift is here. I'm here. Jackie is here personally, as well as the superintendent. Holly Tower is unable to join us this date. So we'll go ahead and turn it over to the first personnel request that I see. Well, there's various. I see adult program coordinator first on my list.
And I'll just really briefly summarize it, and then Don Wettern is here to answer any questions. The adult programs coordinator position is funded through community education and recreation. When COVID started, Don had to make a challenging decision to temporarily eliminate the position. So the board did take action to do that. Now that we have more in-person learning, the recommendation that Don has made is to reinstate that position. Because the board had eliminated it earlier, I thought it was best if we came back to the board to reinstate it. So I think this is an easy decision because we have the funding to pay for it through community education.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And Don, is there, I know through COVID and the pandemic, it kind of wreaked havoc with a lot of our budgets. You're still feeling very fine with reinstating this budget-wise?
Well, Pam, I'm as comfortable as can be. I think that with the new variant that is surging, our populations that are most vulnerable are senior citizens and our adults with disabilities, which is part of this group. But I think that, right now, today, I feel comfortable going forward. I was hoping in the legislative session that we were going to get a bump in the levy, but we didn't. It was kind of eliminated last minute. So I'm feeling as confident as I can with COVID still being here.
Sure. And financially, budget-wise, we're pretty even, right? This is already budgeted.
Yes. This is one program. There is one of the three components of that has some state funding. The other two are just based on revenue generating. The adult program has to break even. So we will do what we can to make sure those programs break even.
Awesome. Thank you.
Great. Go ahead.
I was just going to ask for other questions or comments.
Nope.
Sounds good. All right.
The next position is a school safety coordinator position. This was recommended by Principal Nemenich, who's also on the call in case there are questions. The position itself would cost about $60,000. Of course, it might be higher or lower depending on the step placement for the individual. But we asked George and Jackie to come up with a way to pay the $60,000. They came up with reducing the cost of internal teacher substitutes at an estimated savings of $24,000 per year. Reduce the student monitor position for savings of $30,000, and then code 10% of the position to long-term facilities maintenance because this person would be working with crisis management planning. So we did go through the process of developing a position description and banding the position. As a result of that, the recommendation is to place it in the non-classified personnel terms and conditions of employment in Group C. So we're hoping to get approval at the board meeting tonight as well because we have a way to pay for the position.
Right.
And George is here to answer any questions about why the request was made.
Well, we discussed that in a prior meeting, but maybe just if you wanted to just summarize that for us, George, and just kind of get us all on the same page again.
Yeah, just basically, we're looking for, we've had a student monitor position. With the added grade of 7th grade, we've got 6 grades in the building. There's just a lot. There's a lot there to manage, and we just felt like the skill level of this individual needed to be at a point where it wasn't just a para position. It was something that maybe had something beyond that had some skill with some previous work in working with safety and security kind of things. And so this just felt like a needed addition to enhance that position, I guess, more than anything, to really help us with making sure that the building is safe.
Right. And with the elimination of a monitor, is that something that we'll be able to cover elsewhere or through this, will this be a part of this position?
Essentially, this part of the job will be still that, but it will also carry on some extra duties with that. And so, yeah, I don't see a huge drop off there. The other thing is we will gain some supervision from our staff. It's not gigantic, but it'll be something because of our schedule changing to a 7-period day. We'll have a little bit of supervision there as well. So that'll help offset some of that, maybe some of the loss we might incur with student monitoring.
I had another question and now it's escaped my mind.
And I was just going to say, did it maybe have to do with substitutes and that whole thing? Yeah. Okay. Because that is a concern. You know what? In general, I just have to say, one of the things that's happened with the, all the silver linings that we've gotten out of the last year and a half. One of them is the nature of substituting is different now than it's ever been because of the online. The move to the Google Classroom. Teachers can post their work on Google Classroom now. There really isn't the need to have a person in the classroom as we'd had the traditional substitute in the classroom. And we could maybe, if we run into shortages, I'm not saying that we couldn't use that. We still will. But if we run into shortages of subs where we were running, where we were having to do a lot of internal sub coverage, we just felt like we could make some adjustments so that we are saving some money by having students in a larger area, a number of classrooms. Instead of trying to fill a number of different internal classrooms, we can actually kind of cover it in a larger area with less people. If I'm making sense on that, I don't know if that makes sense. But basically that way, the students are still doing their work. They're just doing it, on their computers in that particular hour. They'll still be supervised, but it won't be by numerous teachers. It'd be by maybe one or two. So we can cut down on costs that way.
So that's not the ideal scenario, but that's if we needed a sub and we could find one that's like the last case scenario, but obviously we'd still want subs. And when we had a need for more subs and we added those positions in, it was to entice more people because it was hard to find subs in a pandemic.
Exactly.
And people to come in. So there's not as big of a need as we had a year ago or 16 months ago going into last school year.
Exactly. Yep.
Well, personally, I think you obviously know the needs of the building and what your staff need, and that I'm in full support of this. And as we go, we're going to have to monitor that position and see how it's working and make sure that was the right configuration moving forward too. But
Yeah, I agree. I like the idea, and I like the emphasis on establishing positive relationships with students, having another person there who knows PBIS and is able to establish those relationships. I think that'll be huge in this position.
Yeah, and I'm glad you touched on that, Jennifer, because that's actually a huge part of this too, is that this person would have that background as well. So again, it's kind of an enhanced position from what a student monitor position would be. So.
Well, and they're going to know the crisis management.
Exactly.
and be able to diffuse situations. And will this person be working with other staff to kind of help them learn how to diffuse others as well?
Yes, so that's another part of this, that our hope is that this position will be kind of helping coordinate our supervision efforts amongst staff as well. So not just the administration doing it, but this person would be also working hand in hand with administration to kind of supervise that aspect of things, helping de-escalate, doing some trainings, things like that.
And it's a good but a bad problem to have to be talking about, you know, status quo, what we were talking about 2 years ago when we decided to change the schedule and how we needed more supervision in the hallways, and then we had to take a big change and stop all of that. But, you know, if we're talking about having all of these students back in every day in person, we're going to need more supervision in the hallways.
Absolutely.
It makes quite a bit of sense. So I'm in support.
Yeah, me too.
Sounds
Thank you,
good.
George. The next potential position is a technology integrationist and math teacher. This is the most complicated proposal because currently Tony Kashi works in both roles. So he's hired as a math teacher, but then we assigned him some technology integration work this past year because of COVID. And I know that in George's schedule, we will need to assign him 1 or 2 additional math classes to his load for this year, which means there'd be less time for technology integration support. Our belief is that we need a full-time technology integrationist in the system. It's been long coming. We've talked about it in our technology plan for many years, but we've just never jumped in and did it, largely because of finances. Well, we have a way to pay for it for at least 2 years. First, the recommendation is to hire a full-time technology integrationist. Of course, internal candidates would have the opportunity to apply for that position because it would be part of the teacher contract. What we'd like to do is hire a full-time math teacher. I did put down 0.8 to full-time, but you know, really the recommendation is to hire a full-time math teacher. That person would teach the math classes that were going to be assigned to Tony, including the 1 or 2 additional ones, as well as provide math support for high school kids.
And that is if Tony gets the tech integrationist
Okay,
position.
that's what I was.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Number 2 is predicated on number 1.
Yeah. So, and again, it's going to be open to anyone. Anyone can internally transfer. And if Tony is selected for that, then we'd hire a replacement, you know, for Tony's position. So Tony will have a full-time job regardless.
Sure.
Right.
Thank you for clarifying
Yeah,
that.
but if it's an internal transfer and it's an English teacher instead of hiring a math teacher, it would be
Right.
something else.
Yeah, then we'd have to, keep it as is with Tony's position. Or he'd be the math teacher essentially.
Right.
And then we'd also like to reduce Mike Pagel's stipend as the director of technology from $15,000 down to $7,500. He would prefer not earning anything extra. I mean, he wants to be out of the director's role. No. So he actually approached me about this. We need some time to transition him out of that role. And so the thinking is that, you know, the technology integrationist could start taking on some of those duties, but Mike would still oversee it for a year, and then hopefully a year out, then the technology integrationist would do all of that work. That's our thinking. The recommendation or the cost of the proposal is about $65,500. What we'd like to do is include it in our achievement and integration grant program, which is a new program, new to Red Wing, that will provide some additional resources to help integration efforts and achievement efforts for all of our kids. And we believe this qualifies, but we have to go through a process to include it in the plan. And if it does not fit that particular plan, or if we decide otherwise, then we would use our ESSER funds to pay for it. So again, it's dedicated to student achievement, and we think it's a wise use of those ESSER funds.
Can you talk a little bit about what a technology integration person does?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering about. On
Yeah.
a daily basis, what kind of.
Yeah, there are two different technology roles, at least in my mind. We have someone who knows the technology infrastructure. They know the network. They know software programs that are on the network in terms of installing them. They make the links between educational programs and what's on the network, those kinds of things. It's more the hardwire kinds of things. Charlie McLaughlin and Julie Dahl, fit that role well. The technology integrationist is someone who works mostly directly with teachers on improving how they deliver instruction in the classroom. So some school districts amazingly can find somebody who is good at both. A lot of school districts will hire one or the other and then hope the other part of it comes through with additional training. But we think the best option is to hire, keep our current technology staff, but then hire technology integrationists who would work with E through 12 teachers to provide that improved technology instruction.
Mhm.
So a lot of schools have at least one technology integrationist. We've been reluctant to do it, again, in the past because of finances. With ESSER funding, we could do it for at least 2 years. If it's part of the achievement and integration plan, then we could do it indefinitely, if that's what the school district decides to do. Did that answer your question? Kind of it's a very general sense.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll give you a couple specifics real quick. For example, if we bought some software that teachers are supposed to use, instead of getting that support from Charlie and Julie, it would come from a teacher, who can explain how to use that in the classroom. These are the buttons I would use as a teacher in order to do this or that. So you want a teacher working with other teachers in that way. That's by far the most effective approach.
I really like this because I think it's key for keeping the teachers comfortable in using any technology that we end up getting, and obviously we're in a point in our world where technology is more and more important. So I think keeping up on that is important as a district.
Yeah. For years, we had included it as part of our technology plan to have a full-time person, and this is for many years, I believe. But obviously with one-on-one initiative, with all the distance learning that's happening, now made the right time. And, since we have a funding source, it works well with our budget as well.
Right.
Well, two things about this. One is we absolutely need a technology integrationist. We've talked about when we talked about the referendum promises and adding a bunch of technology, this is a key piece that we talked about needing moving forward, because it's one thing to buy all these one-on-one Chromebooks, but how are we going to make sure that kids know how to use them, that teachers know how to use them, and that they're utilizing them to the best of their ability? And so I'm seeing that this position would kind of fit that role, is to make sure that our teachers are supported and comfortable. And we have had to learn very quickly on the fly this last year, but this would be a dedicated position to making sure that as we move forward, our teachers, when they do have questions, they're not trying to, in the middle of a pandemic, trying to figure out how to use Google Classroom and how to post things and how to utilize their curriculum through technology. So I think that this is a no-brainer to me. I'm glad that you're coming. This is the third proposal now where I'm glad to see that there's funding and that we're not adding positions and not having a way to pay for them. So it sounds like it's all covered so far. So as long as that we can provide this budget-wise, this makes sense to me. Are we still going to have people in each building as like the lead technology specialist, or would Tony cover that for the whole district then?
We haven't discussed that internally yet. My assumption is that we probably would continue that because we have the 4 different school buildings, so it's always good to have somebody nearest to the teacher as possible. So that teacher could work in a classroom and kind of quickly show a teacher what to do. But Tony would provide more district-wide support, as well as more staff development as far as presentations, setting up trainings and those kinds of things. So that's my assumption going in, is that we would maintain those positions, but we have not formalized that with the admin team.
Would Tony be the one that would support those folks in each building?
Definitely, along with the principals, depending on what the topics are.
Sure. So then would that be a case where we could have that for a year and see if that's really needed for a second year?
Mhm.
Only because I'm thinking if Tony's got some time and he can, I'm assuming he would be driving around the district and meeting needs and meeting with principals and in buildings already. And so, somebody needs them, it's a 15-minute or 20-minute drive to Burnside. It's not like it's a
Right.
a 2-day process to get out there and
Or
help
virtual.
a teacher. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I want to be mindful and respectful of that money that we're already giving those people in each building to be kind of the lead technology person when we're just having a dedicated person for the whole district. So if we could maybe watch that for a year and see how much those people are actually utilized in each building versus is that something that this technology integrationist could cover instead?
Yeah, and the short answer is yes. I think we consistently review this because things are changing, and it's not only Mike's stipend, again, that he wants to transition out of, but also that support. And then we also have media and technology paraprofessionals
Right.
in each building, and so I think we have to look at everything all the time.
Right. And, also being mindful of the fact that we had to reduce our budget by a significant amount this
Right.
year. And if that's something we don't have to have because this position can absorb some of that, I think that it makes much greater sense than keeping somebody in each building. I know it's not a great amount of money, but anywhere that we can reduce a little bit here and there, it all adds up.
I know, well, I agree, and I'm confident the whole admin team agrees with that.
Then I would be in support of this as well.
The next position, we've been working on for the past 2 or 3 years. It's a concession stand manager position. Brent Luxfold and Paul Hartman are on the call to answer any questions, but I'll give you a quick rundown. We've had several different arrangements. 2 or 3 years ago, we had someone on an hourly basis working on concessions. Did get good work as far as kind of making a transition from booster clubs to the district. Sounds easy, but it's very complicated. And then we switched last year and had Donna from the food service work in that role at a smaller amount per year. And in my mind, the stipend should be higher than what it was. And, it can be justified because, I would hope that last year she spent some of her time as the head cook at the high school doing some of that work. That's what we're expecting her to do. And so we thought the stipend, could be smaller. I think in hindsight, that was probably not the best move. And so what we'd like to do is open it up for concession stand manager at $4,500 per year. And then, so it won't be by the hour. It's not necessarily a food service person, but we pay a more appropriate stipend. I know that Paul did some reviews of other Big 9 arrangements. I know that Brent has been actively involved in looking at different scenarios and possible pricing structures. But that's a recommendation from the group. I included a paragraph on there explaining how we can try to pay for that position. Of course, last year with COVID, it was very challenging because we didn't have concessions. But this year, we can continue to look at the percentage markup that we have for concessions because that reduces that cost overall. And then, the general fund would need to cover the loss because it's really supporting the activities department. Brent has Thankfully, Brent has worked with us in the past in terms of hiring and supervising the concession stand manager because it is food related and he owns the license and he's very knowledgeable about that. But both Brent and Paul would be involved in the process of hiring this individual and kind of setting up the structure for what it would look like. It's kind of a long-winded answer. I don't know if you guys have any questions for Paul or Brent, or if either one of you want to add something to the discussion.
Real quick, I think the only thing too is when we look at the concession manager, just don't think, activity side, because this individual actually does work too with community ed and our renters. And so whatever we were percentaging for the athletic groups that were using concession, we are also doing the same unilateral to all groups that are utilizing our concession. So it's not this group gets this percent, this group gets that percent. It is very clean and equitable across all groups.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that. Don's also on the call because this directly impacts community education. I will make one general comment. I think things have been working well the past few years because we have the one person kind of responsible for concession stands, ordering, and training. Much better from my perspective than before when we relied on multiple groups who were doing different things. And I think that's important. So then the question is just who and how much we pay, in my mind.
Right, so this person would be, it worked well with Donna because she could order everything and get a great discount, right, as we order in bulk.
Mm-hmm.
Prior to that, we were sending the concession manager out to Costco
Mm-hmm.
and bringing all of those supplies back, and that's very laborious, tedious work, which is understandable why you'd want to be paid a little bit more lugging around all that food and drinks and keeping track of all of that. So if we have somebody that knows that situation or side of it already, that's really helpful. I also think that consistency among having one person as the manager and consistently training everybody so that all the groups are doing things the same. The big thing that I noticed when this concession stand manager took over was, we were actually testing the food temperatures. I would just, I think it makes good sense, but I think we also need to think about that $4,500 and keep track of, is that enough or is it not enough? Because we've had very long conversations in the past, I would say 2 years about this position and how much work it actually does take. Now, I realize that a lot of that work was trying to get everything copacetic, and streamlined and figured out. And a lot of that work is already done. So maybe it won't be as much work as we think it might be, but I want to be mindful that maybe that number should not be set in stone, depending on, and everybody has a different skill set. So,
Right. We want to be flexible because we don't want to take advantage of someone.
Right.
And at the same time, we don't want to overpay someone, compared to other people in the district.
Right.
So
Yeah.
this is in the ballpark of a coach.
Right.
If
Yeah.
it's a lead coach or an assistant coach in a particular season. The difference here, of course, is that this is for the full year.
Right.
So it might take some monitoring as far as just having the person keep track of hours and the kinds of work they're doing so we can look for efficiencies to be fair.
Well, and maybe some help because, especially in the beginning, you're going to be at Friday night football concession stands or Saturday basketball. It could be a lot of extra time for somebody. So we want to be clear on what the time commitment is, and are they training, other people to be in charge, or are they specifically the ones that are in charge? I'm also concerned about this line in here. I got to say, sales do not cover the cost. The general fund covers the loss. I never knew that before, and that makes me a little bit weary.
Yeah.
Jackie, is that what we've done in the past?
That is
or
what we've done the last couple years.
Okay.
That's why there is a line in there that says after fall, we'll kind of look up that markup and see if we need to increase it for the winter season. We don't really have any concessions in the spring and summer, so this would be like a fall and winter position.
But you could softball. I've seen those little golf carts coming around on the softball fields.
And
They aren't
community
ours
education.
though.
Community
Brent.
education would be the other example of their
Right.
activities.
Right, yeah.
you know.
Brent, your hand is raised.
And ideally too, Pam, when you look at other school districts, they are all really struggling on where this should go. I think what you're going to see in the future is that if food services in the school take it over, there's actually going to be a designated position for this, because you're absolutely right. It is actually a lot more than what we're thinking. And I think it makes sense from a business standpoint if you can put a person in there and basically break even. And that's one big thing that I want this group to know too, is that when I've worked and talked with other directors in the state, specifically ones that are running the concession programs, it is a break even operation. Now, I'm not saying this year we're going to break even, because a lot is going to be hinged on the product that we're able to sell due to the, touchless or the no contact piece. But I just want everyone to know here that, like, when you talk concessions, that there's this myth out there that, oh wow, you get a lot of money. No, you don't. The programs and the directors that I know out there, it is very much a break even as far as your food cost to labor to kind of what's expected. So, and I think the longevity of the program, if this is really something the district is really serious on, I do see kind of more of a managing position evolving out of this. And exactly what you're saying, to take on other things like softball, I think there's a lot more growth with it. So, but that's further down the line. But I just want you all to know too that this type of position is not going to be something that, even if it was under food service, that we would see massive profits from. So
Yeah.
I'm glad you brought that up, Brent, because that's one thing that I should have mentioned earlier. We're hoping that this is a temporary position, because if we're able to hire a food service operations manager, as Brent has suggested, then this role would be included in that position. So we're hoping it's just for half a year or for a year, and that we could transition out. The reason that the operations manager hasn't been suggested yet is that we need to make sure negotiations work out, and then we can cost out to make sure that manager position is sustainable into the future. We'd hate to hire someone and then in a year say, sorry, we don't have the money in the food service fund to pay for it. So, the dominoes will fall, and then we'll be able to make a recommendation as far as manager. And again, that, the concessions would still need to come out of the general fund, but everything else with the food service manager position would come out of food service. So we'll hopefully take a look at that in the next couple of months.
I know it seems kind of silly to say this, but concessions and having them there is such a part of activities and athletic culture. And I can't, as a parent and a spectator through the years, one of the things I've missed the most are concessions. And it's not that I buy a ton there, but it's just part of the overall feeling and welcoming of, other teams coming in and their parents. And a lot of our traveling teams, they come and they rely on those hot dogs for dinner because they're eating on the fly. And so it just is such a big part. You don't think about that necessarily, but it is such a big part of what goes on in our activities. So I'm excited that they're going to be ramping up again.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah.
So I've had plenty of hot dogs and popcorn.
I know.
And then I forget to mention that when I go home and, we have dinner together, but that's, maybe I shouldn't be sharing that in a recorded conversation that's live stream.
Well, yeah, I think we just absolutely have to have a concession stands manager.
Yeah, I agree.
That's a kind of a no-brainer. Hopefully,
Again, it'll be our commitment, and Brent and Paul, I know, will be all over it, to kind of gauge if $4,500 is the right amount. So in a year, we can always make adjustments until we get that manager position.
Paul, did you have anything to add to that conversation?
No, this is all really good. It falls in line with everything that we've discussed as an admin team in this area over the last number of weeks and months. I do think it's time to hopefully get this rolling here, because we do have activities starting back up here with some home soccer matches and home football games late August, early September. So appreciate the board's support on this.
Yeah. get those hot dogs rolling. Dawn?
I just wanted to say, in the beginning, the associations were really apprehensive about a individual taking over. And I think by the end of any one of their seasons, they were more than thrilled, just because volunteers have so much to do, and these associations count on volunteers. Not to have to do the run to Sam's or Costco was so valuable, because they could spend that time at the game watching their kids. So I do believe that they're very supportive of that also. It just makes one less thing that association has to do with those parent volunteers. So I think it's a win-win. I really do.
Agreed. Thanks, Dawn. That's a really good point.
Well, great. How about if I jump into the communications manager position? We've talked about hiring communication support, like what so many districts have throughout the state. We've always had the need, but that was amplified over this past year or two with the pandemic and all the issues that are surfacing not only locally but statewide and throughout the country. So we did have several discussions involving Amy, Dawn, Jackie, and myself to see how this could possibly work out. The recommendation is to hire a 0.8 communications manager. I did include a copy of the position description to better understand what this person would do. Once again, we sent the position description to be banded, and it came back with a suggestion, or after we reviewed the banding, we thought that program directors and supervisors, Group C would be the appropriate placement. Given that, we estimate that the cost per year would be $85,500, again, depending on the step that we hire someone. We do think that we will have interest from several people in the community for this position. So, obviously we'll go ahead and we'll post it and we'll go through the full interview process. But I think we'll have some good candidates. To help pay for that, the recommendation is to reduce the cost of contracted communications of about $12,000. We'd like to incorporate the area advisor position into this communications manager role. So the area advisor is an extracurricular contract that we pay someone to come in and help kids with the area. We'd also code, thanks to Dawn, 10% to community education and recreation. And then, we'll also talk to Brent about maybe food service, and also to Sherry about possibly some contributions from GCED if we wanted to share that position. I guess we haven't done that yet, but that's a possibility. Anything not paid for is recommended to be paid out of ESSER funds for up to 2 years. So this is the one position that, it's a 2-year deal. So we could evaluate it after 2 years to understand if we should continue it or not. The reason it's 2 years is that's when we have to spend our ESSER monies by. So 2 or 3 years actually, depending on when the full grant is spent. So we think it's an important position, especially now with all the changes that are happening in terms of online schools and charter schools, private schools, home schools. There's so much going on. Plus, I think we have an identified need. We need to address it. So,
Well, as long as I've been on the board, we've talked about it.
Yeah.
6 years almost. We've had this before us. If we can figure out a way to pay for it, this is all the other things we've talked about are already kind of budgeted for. Like the concession stand manager, we have already planned for and budgeted for. This is new, above and beyond something we've never had before, but it can be absorbed partially. And it sounds like we can use ESSER funds for the rest of it. But then, after 2 years, that's my concern.
Mm-hmm.
Well, but if this position could help us retain, say, 8 students that we wouldn't have in the past,
Or attract
8 new students.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we have to
Right.
reevaluate in a couple years to see been effective as we
Right.
want it to be.
Right, yes, and I would assume that we would be able to track that easily, just watching our numbers pretty carefully on who's coming and who's not coming. And we've talked about being able to say, well, we've got a lot of great things.
Mhm.
We just don't have
Yeah.
people dedicated to
Shaping the message.
Yeah,
Correct.
and I
Yeah.
think that's key for bringing up our enrollment and pulling people into the district, seeing all of the amazing things that we're doing. We need to have someone dedicated to doing that so that we
Yes.
can see those funds increase over the next 2 years.
Yes.
Exactly.
Well, and I think our contracted people have done a really good job having a social media presence, but there's so many more things that we could be doing and many more markets that we could be pulling from.
Yeah, would a part of this be similar to what Anna and I have been working on with the feedback from community, not just telling the community what's happening in the district, but talking to community members and getting feedback that we can then use that information?
Yeah, you bet.
Okay.
Yeah, that's, and really, I went back and forth as far as the title. We called it communications manager, but in some ways it could have been called a community engagement
Yeah.
manager, because really that person will help us do that. Not just getting feedback, but also making arrangements so that we are out and about talking to service groups, and those kinds of things. It would just help make those arrangements.
Right.
Couple other things that would be first and foremost. I know last year Brent did a lot of work with some people to make phone calls to residents to make sure they filled out the free and reduced lunch application. And that worked well. It's really not in Brent's lane to do that because, it's really helping the general fund. So I would think that this communications person would be front and center with that effort. And,
That
not
would be
only
huge.
huge, it could be 6-figure difference for us, not necessarily more money, but maybe not losing as much money. That'd be important. As we talked about earlier, working with families who have open enrolled out of the district. And again, it's not really to, it's really to make sure they know what their full options are. And so I think it's important to get that message out so they can decide what's best for their kids. And then also, we will have an operating levy referendum request in the fall of 2022. And this person, cannot advocate yes or no, just like any other school employee, but it's really important to have our message out with a strong informational campaign. And this person would be in charge of that. So
Yeah.
all those things together, I think it just makes sense to do it now rather than later.
I think one of the things we need to work on as a district is building trust and having someone who's dedicated to communicating with the community and parents and students is key for building that trust.
I agree. Yeah. Yeah, critical.
Mhm.
Yeah. So originally I was thinking, well, let's present it. We'll come back in a month or two, refine it, come back in a month or two. And then I realized, no, we need it now rather than later.
Mhm.
And so our preference would be to get it approved tonight, but we are more than willing to take a step back if you think it's needed.
I see Dawn has her hand up. I'd like to hear from her, but I think this is important to go forward with as soon as possible.
Agree.
I, again, just like I stated the last time, I think it's an investment in our school district. I think it's such an important role, and it's one that we've struggled with for years. And we do so many great things that we aren't able to really, everybody is so busy. We need somebody to focus in on this responsibility. The other thing is that this person would also be aware, available to put out fires and to, be a proactive and to speak to issues that, so often we struggle. Do we answer that on social media or do we don't? So this person would have a comprehensive communication package that they could pull out no matter what happens. So again, it's really an investment in our district. And they do say the first thing people cut is communications and marketing. It really should be the last thing, because we can't tell our story if we don't have someone available to do that really has the expertise and intimately knows what each of our buildings do. So that's really important to be able to tell our story. And we haven't had that before. So now is the perfect time with the charter school and, like Karsten said, the online learning possibilities that people can go to, and school districts that are 15 minutes and 20 minutes away. So those are important things to remember too. And again, a referendum on the horizon. If we could just gather the data and speak to what we've done from the last passage to this one, I think that person at least can gather the data. So that would be great.
I agree with all of those pieces, actually, Don. That's funny. I wrote down public announcements and emergency notifications. Like, I think, sometimes, when we have fires to put out, we're behind the eight ball a little bit and trying to figure out what to say and how to say it and where to say it. And if we had a communications manager who already came up with, those kinds of plans, hopefully we never have to, engage those. But, if I'd rather be proactive than always reactive. So, I think that shows a lot of leadership in our district. And I agree with you. The communication is key to building relationships and trust with not just our parents and our students, but the whole community as a whole. I mean, we're the center hub of our community, and people need to know what we're doing up here. And oftentimes they only hear the negative things or people bashing on social media. And I think we need to get ahead of that. So I am always in full support of a communications manager. I'm scared of the 2 years, but I'm going to trust that we'll be able to recuperate enough students or attract more students through our efforts, and this will be a wash in terms of finance.
I'm actually very confident
Yeah.
that we'll be able to demonstrate how either minimize the costs or increase the revenues because of that.
Well, and like I said, we've been talking about this for 6 years, and I'm sure you talked about it prior to me coming. I mean, this
Mhm.
is a need that we've had forever, and it's just time to do something about it. I mean, it really is. If there's a way to do it, I think we need to.
Well, great.
Hopefully, the rest of our board will be
Yeah.
be seeing it our
Well,
way.
Please.
I think it's been a common theme for probably all board members. And I think the board members realize that there's a lot of stuff already going on. I look at George on the call and Don and everyone, and we're all doing I think good work. But we need someone who wakes up every day thinking about the communications relationship with those things. And I know, and I don't have to convince Jennifer or the other new board members, but I know in the last election, 10 of the 11 board candidates all said communications was a top priority.
Mm-hmm.
So I know the current board members feel the same way. It really comes down to cost. It's the cost benefit analysis, like Pam said, and I think the weight has shifted.
Right.
Mhm.
Right.
I agree. As long as, what other needs do you have on the horizon in your thoughts that might be higher priorities? Are there any?
The one position that I've thought about a lot would be a director of equity and inclusion. So I've really kind of tried to shape that as part of the framework. Right now, I think these are some of the basic roles, that we have to address right now in terms of technology, in terms of communications. Someday, if we can find the funding for it, I think a director or a coordinator in that role would be helpful. But then on the flip side, I also thought, really equity work should be part of everything we do all the time. And I don't know if we want to delegate that, overall responsibility to one person. So I think as long as we're making progress on equity work, then I think we keep moving forward.
And I
then-
think, sorry.
No,
I
please.
think keeping that in mind when hiring the people to do these jobs is important too. And
Yes.
if you have someone hired to do the technology piece that has an equity lens and is able to look at it in that way, it can make a huge difference in how they're communicating with the teachers and helping the teachers communicate with the students and teach. And the same for the communications like that. That
Mhm.
equity piece is going to be key, I think, in hiring the communications
With that front and
director.
center
Yeah.
in anyone's mind.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we're going to talk about in August, the plan. If we get the report from the auditing firm in time, the plan is to talk about recruitment and hiring practices. And I think you'll see some positive changes, not only in terms of simplifying the process, but then also making sure that we're asking the right questions and looking for the right qualifications to make that happen. So really, that's not part of the auditing firm's work, but Thomas Harris has made some suggestions in that regard, and so we're going to bring it all together, in that recruitment and hiring workshop. So I have confidence moving forward.
Well, the other two things that the larger board has brought forward about hiring and the overall organizational structure is more time in the business office
Mhm.
and perhaps getting you some sort of an assistant. And
Oh,
now I realize that some of these roles take some things off of your plate. But I don't want to lose both of those pieces that have been brought up many, many times over the last several years.
I was wondering, how do you feel about the communications position in terms of taking off some things on your plate? Like Pam said, it seems like that role would be a huge help for you.
Yeah, well, it'd be, I think, a huge help for all of us
Mhm.
administratively,
Right.
so that we have a format and an emphasis from each building and each department. So it helped me too. But right now, no one takes that lead role as a communications person.
Right.
And so it just is a constant battle, as we try to get our messaging out. So it would help me, but it would really help everyone in the
Right,
district.
right.
Yeah. So, yeah, I know we've talked a lot about more time in the business office or some sort of assistant superintendent. So, obviously it comes down to cost, and
Well,
how
right.
everything shakes out. And so, I'm going to keep looking at that or those options. And then maybe at the next personnel committee, I can, express some thoughts or some ideas. I would hate to wait on these things while we're waiting for that because I think we'll lose ground, if we wait.
I agree. I just don't want to, if we're having just a specific pot of money, we can't just say, we're going to just structure it this way and hope we get money for it. I mean, I
Right.
think we have a limited amount of money and how do we want to spend it? And
Right.
where are our top priorities? What are the needs of our district? I think that has to be front and center. And so I don't want to miss a very crucial need
Right.
while we're having this discussion. This is a lot of money here on the table and positions that we're talking about. So
Yeah.
if you've got some other needs and, if they hit a top priority, I mean, we've always talked about, every year we talk about an HR plan and you put priorities out. And business manager, we've talked about superintendent, we've also talked about hiring our own lawyer.
Right.
And so, where are our priorities,
Yeah, and really, as far as an assistant or increased business office hours or like a part-time attorney or something, those would come out of different funding sources. Because achievement and integration wouldn't pay for it, ESSER wouldn't pay for it, and these, food service won't pay for very much of it anyway. And so, these are kind of separate from that,
Okay.
but I don't want to forget about them.
right?
These are kind of being proposed now because we have a really good way to pay for them,
Okay.
Yeah.
so, but your comments are well taken and those are still on my list for continued contemplation.
Yes.
let's say.
Good. All right, well, that's a lot.
Yeah, thank you for taking the time and, I'm not sure how they'll be presented tonight. If you think I should go through every position like we just did, or if I could just present them and see if there are any questions. Do you guys have a preference?
I think there's going to be some discussion on each. I would give just a couple word or a couple
Okay.
sentences on each and then open it up for a discussion on that one.
Okay, that sounds
I
good.
think there will be some questions and concerns and we want to make sure we address all of those because I don't have my board packet in front of me, but are they we're voting on each one separately or as a package?
I included as a package, like, I have the recommendation at the bottom of this section, and there are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There are 9 here, but they're all kind of interrelated.
Yes.
And I thought even this committee, if you said, no way should we hire the concession stand manager, then the recommendation tonight would not include that.
Yeah.
Right.
But because I think we have kind of a consensus, then this whole thing will be proposed. And again, if the board wants to make an amendment or make a different motion, they can. But I think it'd be easier just to kind of present everything at once and see what happens.
Okay. Well, and I would say that, you have the full support of the committee members that are here for that full package.
Sure.
I think that's an important piece to say.
Mhm.
I can't speak for Holly, but I know that she's been vocal about some of these things and her support. So she'll be there tonight. So hopefully she'll be able to lend some more support that way.
Well, sounds good. I have a 4:45
Yeah.
meeting, so
Do
we
we
should
need
probably
to
wrap
do
it up.
anything in terms of in conditions of employment? Do we need to do anything with that tonight?
That's just included in the, let's see, was there a motion at tonight's meeting?
The request is to achieve consensus on reworking the terms and conditions of employment.
Oh, yeah, maybe we can go quickly through that again. Jackie and I and Amy have been talking about possibly revisiting the second year of the document that provides the terms and conditions for employment for several people. So it include the non-classified folks with, like the district office staff, technology people, program directors and supervisors, and program assistants. They're all at-will employees, and we set their wages for last year and this year right at the beginning of COVID. And so we were all very concerned about the state budget. We thought maybe it'd be 0% each year, that maybe we'd get less money from the state. And so we gave them a 0% raise the second year. And, I think we should probably revisit that to increase it to an amount that's similar to kind of what we are talking about with the certified bargaining groups. So, and we don't have to decide right now. I know it's last minute, but perhaps in August we can revisit that. And the question will be, should we just give a cost of living adjustment for the second year, or should we kind of open it up and look at a whole bunch of possible changes? So, why don't we sit on it for now?
Yeah.
And then,
That's a big
let's come
discussion.
back.
Yeah.
I don't want to rush that.
Yeah.
These are our 3 non-union groups, so there is no negotiating with them, and in
Right.
terms of union negotiations, the district really sets the terms and conditions, so we can do this if we want to. The other part I wanted to correct is Carson said a 0% raise. We're talking about a 0% cost of living adjustment. They all got their step increases if they had a step increase coming,
Yeah.
or a longevity increase.
Okay.
Yeah, that's built into that document, and so they get the step increases unless they're at the very top step.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, yeah, let's definitely keep that on the
Let's
radar.
revisit that in August.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
The only other thing on our agenda was meeting times. This is not a good time for Holly to meet at all, so we were gonna have that discussion, but we're gonna have to just bypass that agenda because she's not here.
And then maybe, Pam, if you and I can talk about, possibilities in terms of switching committees or changing nights or something.
Yeah, I mean,
So-
there's 2 options. One is Holly changes committee assignments and we keep this time, or we look for a different night because there's no other Monday time slots available
Right.
except the second Monday of the month. So,
Right.
so we could always move it to that, or if we want to add another Monday. So,
Yeah, we'll do a little
I
more
can be
research to
flexible.
see what the options are,
Okay.
and then we can bring it back.
Yeah.
So,
sounds good.
thank
All
you.
right, we'll adjourn. It's 4:44. You have 1 minute to get to your next
Perfect.
meeting.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you.
everyone. Good to see you
Bye.
all.
Thank you, you guys.
Thank you. So I was calling you earlier because
So is everybody ready?
We just need to start recording and live streaming, then we'll be set.
All right, well, let me know.
All right. We'll see the recording button turn on here.
We're starting.
I think you're good to go, Arlen.
All right, this is the Red Wing Public School Legislative and Policy Committee meeting on July 19th, 2021. Call the committee meeting to order. On our agenda, not sure which one of these. That's not good. Yeah, it is. I got the right one. Somewhere I saw that one of the first orders of business, we wanted to check on our meeting time for future meetings. That's really not in the agenda here, but it was somewhere I saw that.
I know that we're trying to make some changes in the timing of the personnel committee. And so one possibility would be to have this group start meeting at 3:45 and then have personnel meet at 4:45 on these days. But again, you only do that if it makes sense for Arlen, Nikki, and Ann.
What are your thoughts, Nikki and Anna?
I'm pretty flexible, so, you know, Mondays I've kind of carved out as meeting days. So I'm flexible if it works for somebody. If it doesn't, just let me know.
Yeah, it works fine for me too. Like you, Nikki, I kind of have Mondays sort of blocked off as days, so I'm usually pretty flexible. Yeah, my only, and I'm fine with that time. I have wondered though if our meetings, some of them need to be longer as we're going through some of the policies because we have so many that we need to review over the course of the year. And, you know, some of them require more discussion than others. So I don't know if some of those meetings need to be more than just an hour, you know, so that we could kind of knock through a bunch more policies. But when that happens, I mean, I don't think necessarily every one of our meetings needs to be longer than an hour, but maybe some of them should be. I don't know.
Yeah, I thought the same thing because especially this year we have the 400 series and the 500 series. Those are the most consuming policies. So I think you're probably right. And we could do that. Really, there's different membership on the two committees. So theoretically, I could stay with this committee while Amy and Jackie work with personnel on some days. That's not ideal, but that's a possibility. Or we could have some special meetings when we crank out a bunch of policies over 2 or 3 hours. And then that would help our load on these days. So it sounds like it good as long as we can make sure we have enough time to cover all the policies in a given year.
What do you think, Arlen?
Well, I think right now I like the idea of having my meeting time put together so I don't have the whole day involved, but I also, as long as some of the board meetings have been, it's awful nice to have a little break between. So
Yeah.
I'm totally good with this. I think we should try it with the 1 hour time allotment. And if we find back that we're getting bogged down, then do more. If we have a list of these policies like Carson had in one part of our agenda, and we all review them ahead of time, we might find we can knock a lot of these out a lot quicker than we think too.
Yeah. Variation of that too, Arlen, would be if I can announce which policies we're going to look at in advance, and then not only if board members could take a look at it, but if they have questions or comments, you could email me individually. You wouldn't want to share it with the whole group necessarily, but just to me, because then I can prepare before the meeting, and then we can just kind of quickly go through it. That's one variation. I will say too that I think we do more policy review than most school districts. I think we're very thorough. And I'm not saying we should change that, but at least, you know, we can frame that up as we go through these policies that I think we are doing some good due diligence in the process. How about if I talk to personnel committee members to see if a 4:45 start date on the third Monday works for them, and if so, that's what we'll go for, starting next month.
Okay, I assume they'd already been talked to on that. That's why the request was kind of there.
Yeah, kind of, but I just need I know it works with 2 of the 3 board members, and we just need to check with 1 more just to make sure.
So tentatively, August 16th will be at 3:45.
Right, yeah, and we'll send you out a notice either way.
Just getting it in my calendar, so just in case.
Sounds great to me. You all right with that, Nikki?
Sorry, 3:30 or 3:45?
3:45.
3:45, okay. Yep, sounds good to me.
All right. There, we got that knocked out of the way. That's wonderful, right? First item we got, I wasn't able to put this up in PDF format all the way through, so I'm kind of bouncing screens here. Our first one is a policy review of.
Yeah, it was, I know we talked about these during the last committee meeting, and it was kind of unclear to me if we, quote unquote, reviewed them. I think we did, but I just wanted to put it on the list in case you had any questions or comments about them. And if not, then we'll officially review them at the board meeting tonight. And I think we're set already, but I just wanted to make sure that you had that option of asking questions.
I think we did go through.
For reference, that was yes, policies 413, 506, 514, 522, 524, 1000.
Yeah, I think we've covered them already. Policy 1000 will probably be discussed quite a bit in September during an equity workshop when we're talking about staff development and curriculum. So I think we'll be able to dive into that more there, but I thought we should at least get it officially reviewed at this level and then the board tonight. Great.
I reviewed them. I was good with them. How about Nikki and Anna?
Yep.
Yeah, as far as now, they're the foundation of what we can build and grow on.
Okay. If that's the case, we're good. There's an action need on that. Next.
Actions needed.
2.2 designation change in policies.
Yeah, I know we've talked about having a backup for changing who does the ADA Section 504 accommodations. And so we kind of landed on having Sherry Johnson do that role, and then Marsha Walker as the backup for that because of their special education training. And so I included that information in the school board procedures manual, but we also have those designations in school policies. And so I want to let you know that I included those as potential changes in a first reading of those policies for tonight's meeting. And I just wanted to explain why. I'd like to go through the committee before the board. In this time I kind of jumped, but I thought it would make sense because we had agreed on the designations either here at the school board or combination of both. So anyway, just kind of an FYI why they're on the agenda.
How many different policies does that show up in?
Oh, I don't know offhand, probably about 4 or 5 or so. That was an easy one.
All right. Next, we got educational data privacy agreements. I noted that there's several of them spelled out here for Environmental Learning Center, Hispanic Outreach, Hope Coalition, Prairie Island Indian Community, Project Rousseau, Three Rivers Community Action, Inc., and Youth Outreach. And these are all, if I read through them right, data sharing where parents have to opt into them. Is that correct, Carson?
Yeah. You know, the one thing with the Environmental Learning Center, currently they work with one of our classes and kind of serve as a support role for those classes, you know, for the ones where they're building the canoe or fishing rod or, you know, those kinds of things. And so in that particular case, they're really acting as a school official. And so we don't need parent permission, you know, to share or discuss, you know, things happening in the class. But the others do require, generally require the parent permission, at least for Hispanic Outreach, Hope Coalition, Prairie Island, Project Rousseau, and Youth Outreach. Rivers is kind of a different story because they provide preschool programming, and so sometimes they are acting as a school official. So, you know, it's kind of a little bit across the board, but generally, if they're going to be providing direct service to a student, that they would require parent permission first.
Input from Anna, Nikki?
I think it all makes sense. I think that, you know, the work that those organizations are doing is good stuff, and it's supportive of the district and of the students. And, you know, the parents are opting in. So I think it makes sense. I read through, I didn't see anything that, you know, jumped out at me as being wrong or anything like that. It all looks good to me.
I do need to process these through the individual organizations before taking them to the school board. I thought it would be prudent, though, to first talk to this committee to see if there were some glaring questions that really needed immediate action. And so after this meeting, what I'll do is reach out to the entities I've not shared with this yet. I did share a rough draft with the Prairie Island Indian community, and so I know that we're just fine-tuning that particular agreement because it's different than the others, since Prairie Island, you know, follows tribal law, which is a different situation than the other groups. So I think we're really close on all of them. If there's some adjustments, you know, besides spelling errors or punctuation, you know, or something really minor, I'll bring it up at the school board level when we ask for approval.
Looks
Nikki,
good to
you
me.
have anything?
Everything
Well,
does.
I'll be the one to go and stir it up then.
Yep.
I have issue with one sentence in each of these, and that's the second paragraph when you get into the agreement of the preamble, and that is, let's see. Let's put the whole sentence. Private educational data pertaining to students will not be released to organizations without informed consent of the parents and or student if the student is over 18. But here's the part I don't like is unless the organization is performing a discrete institutional service at the direction of the school district, such that the organization is a school official for the purpose of that service. To me, it's like leaving the door open. You got to opt in, but if you do, and this is all we're going to do with it, but we might do more.
Yeah, that's a good question because it really gets to the heart of the matter. The reason that's in there is that I'll give you some examples. Like with Three Rivers Community Action, I think it's there'll be some times when they're acting as a school official and sometimes when they're not. So it's important to include that, you know, in the agreement. For the others, it's not as critical because, you know, we are not intending to have them act as a school official except under very special circumstances. So, for example, if one of the organizations takes over data management, you know, instead of Everhand Join, for example, then we need that clause in there because that particular work would be done as a school official rather than as an outside entity, if that makes sense.
If that's the case, then there should be a new agreement written up. I just don't like that sentence. I think we owe it, and as we get into this later on tonight, I think we need to, I'm not going to be in favor of our every hand join and those other ones without having we got an opt out. I think that needs to be opt in or at least sign off that they've read the entire thing in their handbook somehow, that they understand they could opt out if they want to. So I'm really struggling with this on data. I don't feel it's right to disclose too much of this.
You know, and I did include the Administrative Procedures Handbook does include some information about data sharing. So we can certainly either go over that now or we can go through the rest of the agenda and then kind of circle back to the educational data agreements.
You have that in our agenda or for the whole?
Our agenda.
Okay.
Yeah. And this is, none of this is proposed for tonight's meeting. I wanted this to be an opportunity to discuss it. And then, you know, once again, I can, you know, try to get some changes or clarifications in the agreements before taking them to the board. Arlen, do you think we should do action in the
I think it makes sense to circle back.
Okay. Sounds good.
Next on the agenda is, so that's covering that whole, all these different individual ones throughout youth outreach, Three Rivers, everything for right now, right?
Yep, it does.
So now we're going to 2.4, authorization to release student information.
Yeah, and I included the latest version after our discussion at the last meeting. And Arlen, I'm really, really glad that you brought up the kind of a similar question about the second paragraph in the draft version. So once again, I changed the second paragraph to say private educational data will not be shared with the representative without your informed consent unless the representative is performing a discrete institutional service. So in the example, I could have chosen anyone as an example, but I included a data release form to youth outreach. And so we'll have a similar one for Hispanic outreach, you know, and so on. Maybe I'll go over the rest of this sheet because there are significant changes compared to last year. One thing I'd like to make clear is that, you know, I don't think we should be in the business of sharing everything about a student with an outside entity or even our own employees, to be honest with you. So under the section that says records identified for release, I kind of clumped a lot of those records on the top row. Yes, or marks, you know, that particular row, then the youth outreach mentor or Hispanic outreach mentor or Prairie Island liaison would have access to that information, like general information, classes, grades and assessment reports, attendance and discipline reports, and that kind of stuff. The parent would also have to say yes if they want to give access to this outside mentor to see an IEP or Section 504 record. But then on this form, I just said no to everything else in terms of chemical assessment, psychological, psychiatric reports, health and medical records and plans, you know, and other things. I just said no because I just think that's beyond the scope of what they need to do their work. The other reason is it makes it a lot simpler to share the data, you know, with these groups. What we do with like an employee type, all teachers can see certain bits of information, administrators can see other pieces of information, a counselor counselor can see more than a teacher, those kinds of things. So what we'd like to do is put all the volunteer mentors in one group that would include the things that are listed. So that's why I kind of clumped them together. I have some parents saying they are okay with sharing grades, but they're not okay with sharing discipline. They're all part of the same group, and so they have the same access. It's not ideal, but I think it's better, less complicated, and so there'll be fewer risks as we try to share this data.
I have a question then. So let's say I'm a student and I have my kidney disease. If I joined a group or a club, like something, for me it would be important that they know that I had this. So can you maybe explain to me on like maybe medical issues with students that where they need to, like maybe a diabetic, if they, or somebody with an allergy or some sort that actually needed medical attention, if we were in their care, if they needed to know this?
Yeah, that's another good question, Nikki. And there are a couple of ways of doing it. One way would be, let's say if a child is diabetic, then there could be a separate form filled out saying that such a child, or we can give information to a mentor for the particular child for health-related stuff. And then, if we understood exactly what was requested, we could share that information directly with the mentor. And I think that's important because, for example, the same child, maybe it's okay to share information about being a diabetic, but it's not okay to share information about vaccinations or about other medical issues. And so this is one way that the parents can kind of restrict what's officially shared with mentors. That's one way to do it. Another way would be for the parent to communicate directly with the mentor, because the parent can share information, just whether the school should be sharing it directly. I thought of that too, where, what if there's some parents who do want to provide some of that information? And that's why we kind of landed where we did.
Anybody got anything else on this?
Is there somewhere in one of the policies that defines what school official is?
It's not in a policy. It's actually dictated by federal law. And so it'd be under FERPA. And I can't remember for sure what the acronym, every word of the acronym stands for, but it's FERPA.
Okay.
And that'd be the place to take a look.
I'm just wondering if that could be like, where it says school official in quotes, if there was an asterisk that then had, what that means. You know what I mean? So like if I sign my kid up to make a canoe with the ELC, I understand that in that capacity, the ELC is a school official. If I sign my kid up to, go kayaking with the ELC, like after school, they're not a school official in that capacity. But I still might want them to know about my kids' grades because that's, a holistic approach of their life is kind of part of the ELC.
What we could do, it's not as clean, but it's probably better. We could, and I wonder if you or somebody else brought this up at the last meeting, but I could include the statutory reference because otherwise it's going to be a lengthy description.
Okay.
So at least, see and then make the statute so that the parent can take a look for that.
Yeah.
So and I can certainly do that in the next draft.
So if that is something that has like real parameters to it, what constitutes being a school official, then I don't have any concerns about that. I think, you know, there's lots of instances, like I'm a sub, and there are lots of instances where I come into a classroom and for that day, I am a school official. I have access to certain information because of that, because it's necessary for me to be able to do my job. But I don't have access to it once I leave the building. And even in the building, there's a limit, you know, of course, to how much access I have to things. Subs have access to certain things and not others for, you know, this very reason, for privacy. So yeah, I think as long as it's clear that there's a real definition for that, that it's not just school official isn't a nebulous concept. It has like
the meaning.
Yeah. I
Or
think
defined
that's
meaning.
yeah.
Yeah. And in the educational data agreements, there's a reference to it. Of course, parents aren't seeing that. And so what I could do is take that reference and just put it right into the disclosure agreement.
Yeah, then they could see it.
I was just going to say that sentence that I have concerns on, and on that whole form, maybe if we get the context of school official in there, it won't look so intimidating to me.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's you know, the definition looks very clear when you see it in writing, but of course there are always questions about what fits in that category. And so, you know, we're gonna have to tread very carefully moving forward. Because like Arlen said, we don't want to just open the door. You know, we don't want people saying, well, they're acting as a school official when they're not. And I think that's Arlen's concern with the educational data agreements. Certainly our concern with this release of student information form, and really just overall practices, is when are they school officials and when aren't they?
Yeah, I'm really good with the forms, I guess, other than that one sentence, and school official might be what's tripping me up on that whole thing. So, thank you, Adam.
And by the way, really for all three of you, I concur with the concern, you know, because we don't want to just open the door. We don't want a representative to access information by just saying school official. That's wrong. And that's wrong from my perspective as an administrator and as a parent, you know. And so the challenge for us is to make sure that everyone stepping into our school grounds in that capacity is following the agreement as either a school official or obtaining, you know, appropriate permissions. Do you mind if we jump to the next item, Arlen?
It'd be great to go there. This administrative procedures here handbook.
Yep. So, and I'm not ready to propose approval of the handbook, at least not tonight, and maybe not even in the first meeting of August, but I wanted to run by Article 5 with you, because that talks about data sharing arrangements. And so I don't know if you have easy access to the handbook, or if you could look at Article 5 right away. While you're kind of looking for that, I tried to include information about directory information, which is an important thing that we publicize in our student handbooks as well. Surveys, which has been an issue for the past 12 or 13 months. And so I tried to differentiate student surveys administered by the district, those administered by other students, and then also surveys of parents. And then I tried to talk about data privacy and sharing. So there's a kind of a general statement, section about school officials, and then also a section about community partners. So,
Did you guys find it? It's page 64 if you're looking on the whole PDF packet.
Well, I got it in front of me. It's page 24 in the policy.
Yeah, and you're both right. One's a full packet, and then one is just that
I always
section.
go through the full one.
Yeah. So I think the primary concerns have been, data sharing or data privacy with our community partners. And so I've kind of gone back and forth trying to arrange things, and then I realized that's the primary concern. I tried to focus on that. So I gave some examples like Hispanic Outreach, Youth Outreach, and Prairie Island Indian Community. So we'll obtain an educational data privacy agreement with these partners prior to releasing non-public student level data. And of course, I just realized unless they're acting as a school official, I need to add that to the form or to the procedures. To admin procedures. And then the form would be maintained by the community partner, the community data mart provider, if there is one, and then the student services department here. And then we give authorization, through the school secretary for access to the information that the parents are willing to give. So the next part has to do with that community data mart. And so I won't go through each one, but these are the restrictions that we're hoping to implement, as far as explaining when people opt in and when they opt out. The shortest way to say it is that if there's a mentor who could be accessing personal information about a particular student, then we want parents to opt in, or we expect parents to have to opt in to sign that form. We also have an added opt-out process that I don't think is really needed because it's redundant, but I still think we should do it. So the opt-out process would be if parents want to double check and triple check that information is not shared with the community partner through the, as far as personal information, then they can send out the opt-out form, and then that information will not be processed accordingly. The only thing, though, is that if an organization is also acting as a school official, then it's an issue, because as a school official, then that information is being processed through the data mart and kind of summarized. One thing I've thought about doing is, in fact, we're setting up a meeting with i3Works to see if they could be the sole people to control the data mart. And so that no one from any organization, from Every Hand Joined or community partner, access anything unless there's parent permission. Then the school official can still process all the data, but not specific student information with others unless there's a parent form. So it's a lot more complicated than I ever imagined, but I'm glad we're going through the process. I think it's going to be a good thing in the end.
When you're looking at aggregate data, that would be an example of something like 70% of second graders read at grade level, or below, whatever that kind of thing is, but not, Anna Ostendorf reads at grade level or below grade level.
Right.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, unless you as a parent have authorized a mentor to see that information.
Right.
I will add a caveat to that, though, is that just the way the data transfer works, when i3Works is processing it, we send data to the data mart. So technically or theoretically, that person can see the data.
The person at i3Works.
Yeah, the school official. So I want to be clear about that. But
when Every Hand Joined is pulling it because they want to say, like, we have a problem with our reading scores or our math scores, or we're doing great in this area, whatever. They're looking at whole groups, not these 3 kids are failing.
Got it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and that'd be true for any of the community partners.
For reference, everybody, page 24 on this particular policy does describe school official.
Yeah. Yeah, it gives, and that's prepared by our attorney. I think it's too long to put on that individual or that authorization form, but we can make a reference to that statute there. And kind of in a nutshell is a school official is someone who would be doing a similar kind of work as an employee. So for example, processing data. I3 works doing that work, but it would be something that an employee, could do if we had an employee assigned to that. So that would be an example. Another school official would be our relationship with Fernbrook Mental Health Services. They provide mental health therapy support. And so we've chosen to work with Fernbrook instead of hiring our own employees to do that work. But that is what a mental health therapist employed by the district would do. I'm certainly not an expert as far as the legal terms, but that's a short synopsis of what a school official means.
All right, comments, anybody, anything else?
I didn't have a chance to read through this whole handbook. Were there any other parts that you said there were parts that you may update, Karsten, or are there other parts that we should look at now?
Yeah, really the reason I included it was for that data sharing.
Okay.
But I do want our administrative team to review it again, and they'll make some suggested changes to kind of overall.
Okay.
And then there is one section having to do with hiring practices that we are actively reviewing now.
Right.
And so that part hopefully will change. It will come down to, we don't want to wait forever to adopt this, implement it. So we have to decide on when to do it, and then knowing that we'll continue to make changes. So, but that's one area for sure is hiring practices.
Question from where we were before on this policy. Every Hand Join and I3 Works are described as community data providers. How many districts release their information to community data providers, and how many of our neighboring school districts go through with this?
Well, I don't know the answer to your question. I will give you some speculation. And again, I've not checked with the other superintendents. I don't believe that that the neighboring school districts share this information with an outside entity in the way that we're doing it. They may have a data mart, out there, software provider. Clearly they share information with the Goodhue County Ed District and, other entities, but I don't think any of the neighboring school districts will share it with, an organization like Every Hand Joined, that allows other entities or other people to access that information. Statewide, I really don't know. Hunch is that the other districts that are part of the Strive network probably do. But again, I've not verified that. And the Strive network would include places like Austin, I think maybe St. Cloud, Northfield, and then possibly Minneapolis and St. Paul.
I think Youth Outreach works with, I believe, their district. I don't know.
And one thing, so that's kind of talking about the data mart. Kind of the biggest thing is just access to individual students by volunteers or mentors. And so for example, we have very active people involved with Hispanic outreach, youth outreach, and the Prairie Island Indian community. Those are the three biggest organizations that provide direct service to our kids. And so, you know, to do their work, you know, they need access to the student information. If that's through a data mart or not, I think that's a separate issue. And I think that's getting to the heart of your question, Arlen.
Well, the heart of the question, my thoughts are, we got two different categories of data collection. One that will have parents consent to letting in people to do it, and the other that parents have to tell you not to do it. And where that balance is in between. And it just seems to me like we're sneaking in half of this data collection stuff because people have to opt out versus opt in.
Yeah, or I probably wouldn't call it sneaking, but I will say that it's very complicated. Very complicated. So one of the things I'm going to be talking to Mandy Arden, for example, from Youth Outreach is how important is it, and also Lucy Richards from Hispanic Outreach, how important is it for this data to go through a data mart that's run by Everhand Joint? So can we do it just through our own Synergy system? So, and I think I know the answer. I think the interface with this data mart run by Everhand Joined is much easier to use than the interface with Synergy. I think that's the primary reason that they benefit from the data mart. But you know, if they can do their work relatively easily through our own student management system, and we can still control that, you know, maybe that's the way to go instead of going through a data mart. But I owe a conversation with Andy and Lucy for to make that change. And the same with Paul Dressen from Prairie Island. So I'll have that conversation within the next week. So based on that, you know, this manual, you know, can change fairly significantly.
Thank you for answering my question.
Yeah, the key for me is we want to give the appropriate data to our Prairie Island as well as outreach and outreach in a way that protects student privacy and at the same time gives them the ability to help our kids. And so, you know, if it takes a little more time to kind of double check and triple check our processes, I think it's well worth it.
Okay, anybody else on this topic? Administrative procedures? If not, we got time to circle back to, that was probably that sentence I was asking about, right?
Yeah, it's the same. It's, yes, it is. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the unless part. And again, that's in there partly because I could foresee some circumstances when one of these organizations would be asked to do a direct institutional service. You know, I don't know if that will happen or not, but it's a possibility. So I thought that I would include that. A variation would be to not include those references. And then if at some point in the future that we do want one of those organizations to serve that capacity, we could come back with an updated agreement. You know, that's a possibility too.
So I'm willing to look at this with the description of school official in that sentence to see how that looks when it's all done.
Including that or not including that?
Including the definition of school official. I might change my mind on my feeling on that sentence, because it's still, in the end, it's an opt-in. The parent has to decide then, I want an answer. What does this mean? So they know they have to agree or not agree. And the rest of this, me opting on that question, is just trying to answer it for people that might ask.
Yeah.
Or why are you taking this? Where is it going to be used on this not defined area?
Yeah, the second page of each agreement, or at least most of the agreements, does include that one paragraph about a school official. But again, that's the part that's signed between the community partner and the school district.
Arlen, are you talking about the form that the parents sign?
The opt-out form, or the opt-in form, the opt-in form. I thought we were back on the opt-in form.
Sorry about that. Yeah, we were, and my mind went off on a different tangent. So I can change that form and then just run it by you guys. We probably shouldn't have back and forth dialogue, but if I could at least share that with you, and then if you have questions or concerns, you can just email me, and then we can kind of go from there.
I'd be good with that. I mean, in the end, that's a form that parents have to agree, or the student, if they're over 18, has to agree to release that information. So it's not, that doesn't bother me as much as when we start looking at the other part where the parent has to read something and realize, hey, I have to fill out a form somewhere. It says, I don't want this information shared. And it doesn't look convenient for that. I assume it's because we want that information more. I don't know. Why do we got two different classifications?
Yeah, and in some circumstances, like a mentor, really would not be considered a school official. But then I can foresee some scenarios, and one of our community partners would be asked to, let's say, take over a data mart. Maybe instead of Everhand Joint running the data mart, it would be one of the community partners. And then we have to differentiate who does what within that organization. So for example, if we have organization A, I'm not going to say a specific organization, but suppose they provide mentoring as well as data mart support, and we don't want the mentors to look at information for everyone, individual information. That's wrong. We'd want the actual mentors to just see the students who have opted in, but then we'd want the data mart to process all of the other data, just like Anna described, kind of as a separate function within that organization. So that's one example. There are other examples of where one of the partners could serve as a school official. It really depends on exactly what kind of services we direct them to do. In the meantime, do you mind if I send out that updated student release form? And then I'll have conversations with a couple of key people just if there are maybe some other better ways of making this happen. So we still provide support to kids and hopefully in a simpler way.
That works for me.
Sounds good to me.
Great. I really appreciate your time and patience on all this. I've learned a lot. And I think all of us are, but again, it's worth the time and the effort. Let's try to get things right. So we're getting closer, but we still have a ways to go, I think.
Okay, we've worked through the agenda. Does anybody else have anything else, or are we going to be able to close out of here 5 minutes early?
That would be nice. Do we have a list of what the policies are? Because you said we're doing 400 and 500 this year.
Yeah,
Like what ones we still have to do or what ones we're planning for next month? Just theoretically, I could work ahead a little bit if I know.
that would be awesome, by
Otherwise,
the
like
way.
on Thursday, when I'm like, I got this stuff and I know over the weekend I have to read these 10 policies, like that sometimes depending on the weekend, that's easier or not.
My suggestion would be to, if all of you could review the 400 series, there are a lot of them there.
Okay.
I think there are probably 25 or 30 policies, so it'll take some time.
We've only done 413 so far, is that correct?
We've
Did we do a
done
couple others?
maybe a few in the 400 series, but you'll know it as soon as you read through
Okay.
them. And just get as far as you can. Hopefully we can do half of those at the next meeting.
Okay.
But if we do 2/3 of them, let's just keep going.
Okay.
And I like Arlen's suggestion where, why don't we just kind of present them? And if there are any significant questions or concerns, you can bring it up. The way I've been doing it in the past is we go through policy by policy and it just takes so long. And so I like Arlen's suggestion where we just kind of look at all of them and ask questions. If there's any way you could ask those questions before the meeting, just directly with me, then I'll be able to answer or kind of summarize things in writing before the meeting.
So by August 6th to read all 400 series.
Yeah, and even if
27.
you could do it a few days earlier than
Right.
that, so
Sure.
if you have questions, you can
Email
let me
you,
know.
yes.
There
Does
are numbers going to like 427 in the 400 series. And then there's some forms and subheadings under them, but I don't know if I don't think every number is used between 401 and 427 either. So I wouldn't hurt if we could have a reminder maybe 2 weeks before to review the 400 series. I don't like to review them too far ahead of time. 1 week is nice, but if the schedule's too tight, 2 weeks works good to start on a little bit. But if I was to read it 3 or 4 weeks ahead of time, I'd forget everything with my old age here, I'd forget everything I read. So
I know that feeling.
well, if there's not anything else, last chance. 5 seconds, I got to hear from you. Being that we've gone through the entire agenda for tonight, I'm going to adjourn this committee meeting at 4:41 or 5:41. I'm sorry.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank
We'll see all
you.
in
See you
the
soon.
Board meeting.
Are you coming in person?
Thank you.
Arlen, are you coming in person or will
No,
you be
I'm going to
virtual?
stay right here.
Okay. Okay.
I'm
See
going
you
to
Mr. Bryant,
Here.
Ms. Buck,
Here.
Mr. Derricks,
Here,
Ms. Ostendorf,
Here.
Ms. Tower,
Here.
Ms. Tift? Here. And Chair is here. If you would join me, we'll stand and say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
everyone. To read our instructions this evening.
The mission of the Redmond Public Schools is to educate and inspire all students as they realize their full potential and become respectful, responsible, and productive citizens.
Thank you. The agenda has been in the board book. Does anyone have any changes or deletions? Seeing none, I'll look for a motion to approve as presented.
So moved.
Mr. Bryant, do I have a second? Second from Ms. Tift. Any other discussion? We'll start the roll call vote then with Ms. Tift. Aye. Mr. Bryant.
Aye.
Ms. Buck.
Aye.
aye,
Ms. Ostendorf.
Aye.
Ms. Tower. Aye. Chair votes aye, so the agenda passes 7-0. All right, first up is recognitions and, well, educational plan, that's in our board book as always. I will call your attention to that. And then next is recognitions and upcoming events. Does anybody have anything they'd like to share this evening? Mr. Bryant?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just thought I'd point out a couple things. It's always good to recognize current or upcoming or even graduates of our Red Wing school system. Want to acknowledge the Red Wing trap team for winning state. Wonderful job. Smiling, happy pictures I saw on Instagram and read in the paper too. And for somebody that doesn't know it, I like to golf, and there's a young man that graduated in 2019 from Red Wing, Mr. Cecil Blisle. He last week won the Minnesota State Open, which is the biggest golf tournament for amateurs and pros in the state of Minnesota. So he's 19. Well, he graduated in 19. He's 20 years old, attending college. Just a young man who is someone who followed his passion, his hope, his dreams, playing golf, and the collegiate level, and who knows where the next steps will take him out of that. So, as a school board member, community member, I want to congratulate the trap team and Mr. Blisle for their success. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bryant. Well said. Any other recognitions or upcoming events? Okay, seeing none, the next item on our agenda is public comment. Public comment is meant to be 3 minutes per person. School board members listen to public comments, but we will not discuss topics at the meeting. The superintendent and or board chair may provide a response outlining steps the school district has taken or will take to address concerns. And we expect comments to remain respectful and appropriate and not identify any current or former students, their families, or staff members by name. And this evening, I do not have anybody here in person for public comment, and I have not received anything electronically either. So we will move on to school board reports. Finance committee, any updates?
I just talked to that.
Yep.
Okay. We don't have any updates as of June 28th, do we, Jackie?
Not since the notes that are in the board packet.
Okay. And we haven't met, we'll meet in a couple weeks.
Next week.
Next week.
Sounds good. Operations.
Nothing to report here. We haven't met since early June. Our next meeting is in early August here.
All right, personnel, we met just this afternoon at 3:45, and pretty much everything we discussed, it will be brought up later in our agenda. So I won't really go through any of that right now. Legislative and Policy Committee, any updates?
We just met here just before the meeting here. Not a lot to report. We just reviewed several things that are getting back, and some of the policies are in tonight's agenda that we just reviewed them a little bit more. That's probably all I can cover at this time.
Sounds good. Negotiations Committee, we're starting to get all of those groups scheduled. I believe we've got the custodians scheduled, or about to, for the beginning of August. I know that we're working on dates for cooks right now, so that's where we're at, kind of we're just starting preliminarily with those schedules. Any other committees or meetings that we should be informed about? Anybody else?
The GCED met?
Okay.
Yes, and in your packet, there's a huge update provided by Sherry
Okay.
of what we discussed there. And a lot of it was just kind of updates from their policy book and different things like that. So nothing too major.
Okay.
But if you want to go through the packet, the updates are in there.
Okay.
Yeah,
And if we have questions, we can call you or Sherry.
exactly. And then we meet again Thursday.
Okay. Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Other things? Any other groups, meetings that anyone would like to report on? All right. This is easy. Administrative reports.
My full report's in the board packet, so I won't go over things item by item. But I do want to talk about attendance zones and transportation information, because that is a huge topic for parents and staff members. We did receive the first draft of attendance zones for elementary schools. They are sending a second draft tomorrow morning, and then administrators will be reviewing the assignments to make sure there aren't any glaring mistakes as far as who will go to which elementary school. After that, we'll be able to notify parents of their assignments, and then also notify teachers of where they'll be working, teachers and paraprofessionals. So it's the middle of the summer already, and obviously we want to get this information out as soon as possible. We were not able to do it earlier because we need transportation to run that data. They're the ones with the mapping system, and so they're the ones who can define the attendance zones. So we're making progress, but we still have a few things left to do. Also, we've come up with some preliminary school hours, and just a reminder that we're planning to have the high school start earlier in the day. And I was really hoping to get it around 8 o'clock. Right now, the latest version has the high school starting at 7:50, but I'm going to keep looking at it. The elementary will start a little bit after 9 o'clock, and then, a similar situation in the afternoon. Right now, I'm concerned about the starting time for high school kids and the length of the day for elementary kids. To make the transportation system work out, we had to lengthen the day of the elementary fairly significantly. And so kids would be getting out at the elementary level at 4:10, which is significantly later in the past. So, and that's assuming high school starts at 7:50. So we're going to try to keep working on it, but I just want to let you know that those are the rough times. That's all I have. Oh, except I'll point out the future workshop topics. In July, we're planning to give a brief update about some of the work we've been doing at Equity. So we won't go over the whole plan, but we'll talk about some of the things that we've done over the last couple of months as we prepare for next year. And then Jennifer and Anna asked for some time to talk about community feedback sessions regarding the equity plan and probably other school topics. So we'll discuss that as well. I'm trying to make arrangements with an entity that provides or at least describe the hallmarks of an anti-racist organization. So, and we work with a place called EAB, which used to do research for colleges, but they've expanded to K-12 schools. And so they're just a researcher. You know, they're not advocates for different things. They do the research and then share best practices or summaries of things. And so I'm hoping they can participate in 20 to 30 minutes on Monday night and just talk about their research or their summary of what an anti-racist institution looks like. It has not been confirmed yet, so we'll see if that can happen this coming Monday or another Monday. And then in August, we are planning to review student discipline as well as recruitment and hiring practices, again with an equity lens in mind.
Okay. Any other updates, Administrator Blaine?
That's it for now.
Okay, I just want to point out that Mr. Bryant can hear us, but he's having some internet issues, and so his picture is not on the screen currently. But he can hear us. Mr. Bryant, can you speak so we can hear you?
I can see you, but can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah, so you don't need to look at me anyway, so I'll just keep going as I am.
Thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure you could hear us and we could hear you. All right, the consent agenda is in your board packet. Does anybody have any changes or things that they would like to pull? All right, seeing none, then I'm looking for a motion. So Holly has made the motion to approve the consent agenda as presented. I need a second. I'll second. Second by Ms. Tift. Any other discussion? Seeing none, we'll start the roll call vote with Mr. Bryant.
Aye.
Ms. Buck?
Aye.
Mr. Derrick?
Aye.
Ms. Ostendorf?
Aye.
Ms. Tower? Aye. Ms. Tift? Aye. And chair votes aye, so the consent agenda passes 7-0. Do we need a separate resolution for the Minnesota State High School resolution?
No, it can be
That's a
included.
part of it. Okay, I thought so, but I just wanted to not miss that. So then we have donations and grants.
I'd like to thank Cheryl Copeland for a $100 donation for the Twin Bluff Playground, as well as the Red Wing Shoe Foundation for a donation of $5,700 for the Park Naturalist Program. So thank you to both Cheryl and the Shoe Foundation.
Lovely, thank you. I'm looking for a motion to accept those donations and grants. I will make the motion. I'll second. Jennifer made the motion, Holly seconded. Any other discussion? We'll start the roll call vote with Ms. Buck.
Aye.
Mr. Derricks?
Aye.
Ms. Ostendorf?
Aye.
Ms. Tower? Aye. Ms. Tift? Aye. Mr. Bryant?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. 7-0, that passes. Thank you. All right, under business items, first reading of policy changes.
Yeah, the policy committee has been busy for the last several months, and we have some proposed policy changes for the board to consider. The first meeting, when we present them, is called the first reading. We'll also have a second reading, and then at a subsequent meeting, we'll have a proposal to approve the different policies. So we have 3 different meetings just to make sure that we get input from everyone who has a stake in what's happening. Most of the policy changes that are listed here are related to the designations for the ADA and Section 504 coordinator. We've talked about that at multiple meetings and kind of gone back and forth between who should be doing what. And so we landed on what's proposed in those policies. We also have some very good changes in policy 503 in terms of student attendance and what's excused absences. In terms of, for example, cultural traditions is now listed as an item as a suggested change. I think that makes a lot of sense because in past years, we've excused those kinds of absences, but they've been marked as vacation on all of the attendance forms. Well, I think it's different than vacation, and so we did add that category for cultural traditions. Kind of to coincide with that, we also made some changes in terms of religious holidays too. So you can see that in the policy change. And then finally, because we went to a 7-period day at the high school, we did change policy 613, graduation requirements. Those changes are based on information that Principal Nemeth had shared with me. Again, this is just first reading, and we'll come back at the next meeting for the second reading, and then the subsequent meeting is for approval.
So no action is needed at this time?
Correct.
Okay. Any questions or comments right now before we move on?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
we have first reading. I'm just going to make my comments on these policies. I've said it before, I still continue to say that our human resource officer, I don't think is the right person to be handling Title IX and human rights when it applies to students. So for that reason, when the time comes, I will be opposed to the wording on policy 102 because it's mentioned there and reference to students. 522 and 528, once again, Title IX is mentioned there with the human resource. I have not seen any training or information to justify that person is trained to deal with student issues. So I will stand to that as we continue on in the future. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? All right, next on the agenda is the Goodhue County Education District Long-Term Facilities Maintenance Plan.
Alan is present to give a brief description of this particular plan, and we're here to answer any questions that may arise.
Good evening, everyone. We're moving right along here, so I'll keep it short and sweet. First off, I'm going to go through the 10-year long-term plan for GCED. Can you blow it up? There you go, Lisa. Can everyone see it? I hope you all had a chance to look at it kind of beforehand here, but we'll go over it. On the category 1 here, you can see that's our health and safety. As we move down to category 5, that's more of the LTFM broke down into different codes. I got 2 big numbers that I really want to share with you. As we go across the board, you can see there ain't a lot of big changes, maybe a 2%, 3% difference throughout the years as we go, just for the inflation and things of that nature. The 2 big numbers I want to go over with are in 2021. If you look at the 363 health and safety code, the fire safety, that $27,978. That was when we went from the Hornstrobe system in GC in River Bluff to the voice command voice automation. That helped out just in that atmosphere. Instead of when the horns went off and blaring loud, it's more of a voice command to leave the building. So that's where that number was is kind of high there. And then the other number is if you go to the 2024 column in category 5 building envelope, you'll see that 183,000. That number is for building tuck pointing and waterproofing. We have that number built in there with the building being 9 years old now, and it's in pretty good shape. We just have it stuck in year 2024. We can adjust that if we want to move it out into the 2026, 2027. But we just put it in 2024 because the recommendation is really 10 to 15 years. You should do some tuck pointing. So we'll take a look at that when that comes. That's all I really have on that. It's pretty self-explanatory. Asbestos, you see zeros in there. Of course, it was built. We don't have any asbestos in there, so we don't have to worry about that. Maybe one more item is the accessibility, and I got $1,000 in there and just kind of increments up a little bit. That's just for our outdoor push buttons for handicap. It's all ADA accessible over there already. But if we have to replace a button that's bad or rusted, things of that nature, we just put a little bit of money in there. So otherwise, all the numbers are relatively even across the board. Them are the two big ones I wanted to share. The other one is the, if you don't have any questions on that, I'll go to the 10-year co-op and just go through that quickly.
I do have one question, Alan, before we move on. The 379 interior surfaces, the 15,450 for 21, and then it goes up from there each year. Can you explain what those interior surfaces are?
Interior surfaces are going to be more for, I'm going to give you a detailed description of some of the interior surfaces.
Hey, Alan, Jackie has that information right at her fingertip here.
Yeah. Interior surfaces are things like walls. We have clientele over there who occasionally put holes in the wall. So it would be for repainting if it needs it. I mean, just regular upkeep, but it'd also be for repair of the walls when things of that nature happen.
Probably walls and doors.
Walls and doors, yep.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, now we'll go, if I can have Lisa, if you can put up the other one. And this is the, this just is the 6th district co-op, and it's just Jackie breaks it down into a percentage per student per year, and then it breaks out that number of what each district gives. And I think, Jackie, you can probably explain it a little bit better than me, but that's the basis of it. It's just,
Yeah, each we use estimated ADM for each district. Take it divided by the total in the county to see what percentage of estimated ADM each district has, and we split up the proposed LTFM cost.
Okay.
and the only other one I have is in there, it's in the packet, is the resolutions that just need to be signed. So that's all that is. So that's all I got. Any questions?
Again, the recommendation is to approve the resolution approving school district number 6051, long-term facility maintenance 10-year plan. And just as an FYI, 6051 is the district number for the Goodhue County Ed District. So if we could have that motion in second, and then we'll go from there.
I will make the motion to approve the resolution approving school district number 6051 long-term facility maintenance 10-year plan.
I will second. And my name was only in the queue to make the motion, so no discussion from me.
All right, so we have the motion by Jennifer, seconded by Anna. Any other comments, discussion? We'll take a roll call vote, this time starting with Mr. Garrett.
Aye.
Ms. Iskendorf?
Aye.
Ms. Tower?
Aye.
Ms. Tift? Aye. Mr. Bryant?
Aye.
Ms. Buck?
Aye.
And chair votes aye, so the resolution passes 7-0. Next up is the review of policies.
You know, really, this is just for information only because the policy committee has already reviewed the policies that are listed. One point that I will add, though, is that the inclusive education plan, or policy 1000, will be considered quite a bit when we have an equity discussion about curriculum and staff development and those kinds of things. So there'll be a more in-depth review of that. But really, we do not need board action because the committee's already reviewed those policies.
Any questions? The policies are listed in your board book: 413, 506, 514, 522, 524, and 1000. Okay, moving right along. School board pay plan.
At the last meeting, I had included this information in the school board procedurals manual, but I think wisely it was suggested that we pull it out as a separate item. And so we started talking about this several months ago as far as coming up with a 3-year plan on how to increase board pay. That means that we'll be able to have the plan in place before people decide whether they want to run for school board, before they've taken office, and it will save some time at the reorganizational meeting each year. So again, I just threw out an idea just to to get us started. Certainly the board can make a motion to make adjustments in that chart there as far as potential pay.
So let's open it up for discussion. Thoughts on the chart that is before you? And again, we just needed a jumping off point, so this is just something to start with. It was talked about several years ago to slowly increase pay about $200 a year until we get to where we're somewhat comparable to other districts. And while this is a difficult conversation to have about our own pay, it is important to think about because as we've discussed in earlier conversations, it's difficult for people to come forward and want to do this position if they're going backwards. People have jobs that they might have to take off for, or childcare, or any number of things. And so we'd like to, over time, just increase a little bit each year to kind of get us back up to what makes maybe better sense. So Arlen, I see you're in the queue, and then Holly and Nikki. Go ahead, Arlen.
Thank you. Thank you. I am opposed to the pay plan as it's put out here for a few different things. One, I don't think we had a discussion whether there should be extra pay for the vice chair or the treasurer. I don't feel the duties are that much extra for those two positions, but they are. It should be a discussion of the board whether there should be and how much, not just something that's, I'm not quite sure how this got put out here. The other is, I don't know if the pay plan, $200 increase is the right amount of money. I still feel that school board members are way underpaid for the amount of work that they're doing in this district. And it's not going to really affect me much. I got one more year after this, so, but I don't think the numbers are right. And personally, I don't think it needs to be discussed that much here at this time before the first of the year. But if that's what the board's going to do, I'm going to vote no as the way it's worded right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Arlen. Holly?
I think it's good to have a long-term plan and a long-term vision of what it could look like for future people who want to run for school board and kind of know what they're getting into. I think next to it, it should put the amount of hours that you probably do spend, so it gives the public and a potential member kind of an idea of what this really looks like. I agree with you, Arlen. It should be more. I say if we stick with at least the minimum wage of $15 that we're trying to impose across the country, that's not unfair. So if we're at $16 an hour, which it looks like, I get it. But I like the idea of a long-term, this is what it could look like. And if something happens where we need to freeze it, we have the ability to freeze it for a year if we're in a really tough financial place, right? We're going to freeze school board member salaries for the upcoming year. Everybody knows what the freeze looks like. You stay at that and then decide if we would move forward, just so that we can play with it a little bit. And it's not well, the school board still gets their raises when everybody else doesn't. That's not fair either. So that's kind of where my thoughts are on that.
Thank you. Nikki?
Boy, did I have a different response when I first joined the board. I think it was like our first or second meeting we had the first initial discussion about this as per, me joining. I'm like, oh, I just don't. But after going through, we're not even through a full year yet, and wow, I definitely agree with Holly. I like the setup of a long-term plan. I'm gonna be phasing in and coming out, so I would have to say and nobody wants to do this job from Prairie Island, you know that? When was the last, I did all my research that I could, as somebody else can correct me if they know somebody else who joined it in between me and Noah, the second. Nobody has. So like as an ethnic person, this is not really an ideal job. I've opened up a lot of trauma of my own and not only just that, but the historical trauma, as we all know and understand about the recent discovery of the residential schools and the devastating effects to Indigenous people of Turtle Island. That I'd like to see that number grow for any other potential person who, I kind of knew what I was getting myself in, but it's a whole other ball game once you get on the inside and you really see what's going on. There's a lot of this and a lot of this, and that can be wearing on some people. So I would have to say, and also with the chair, vice chair, clerk, treasurer, if there's more duties delegated than to what I'm already doing, I've kind of maybe more focused on the community engagement part and engaging with the community. And that takes a lot of extra time on, outside of our meetings. So I do have to say, I don't know what any of those positions do, but if you're doing more equal or more than what I'm doing, yes, you definitely should be getting compensated more than just, so those are just my opinions and views just from start to now.
Thank you. I appreciate that a lot, Nikki. Mr. Bryant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Nikki was right. Noah was the last one on there, and I knew Noah, friend, nice man. So it was great to have Nikki on board now. One of the hardest things as elected people have to do is have a discussion that we're having tonight. I sat on a number of boards. You all know I don't preach to the choir. We all put a ton of time into this. Some put more in it over other times. Others put time in more on other times. And I think I've been pretty much a staunch believer that a person shouldn't have to go backwards that want to come up and serve. So I also agree with Arlen. He said it shouldn't be compensated, but then he said we're undercompensated. So I get that. But at the end of the day, we're doing it for long term, not just immediate. And we want to get people that are interested because Holly's right. The starting pay is way low out there and it's going to continue to rise over time as we get out of this pandemic and get people back to work. So I like the way it's going. We have to start somewhere because it is more of a long-term effect than immediate. So I'll support it.
Anybody else? Anna?
So, to Nikki's point of not really knowing so much about what some of the positions do, like Nikki, I'm new, and of course, like Jennifer, but Jennifer has been the clerk even right out of the gate. Could those of you who have been chair and vice chair and clerk and treasurer maybe share? I know we don't want to take a ton of time on this, but maybe just share a little bit about the extra time or what you think is fair. So Arlen, I know you were chair for a while. I don't know if you've been vice chair. If you could speak about like what value you think it should be. Just if anybody has input about that, I don't know. But I also understand we don't want to spend a ton of time hashing through it right now, but I'm just interested in that perspective.
Well, I'll just say really quickly that as chair, obviously I run the meetings and am kind of the spokesperson, if you will, if something's needed in the community. we also have, the agenda committee, so we have that extra meeting a couple times a month to go over the meeting. The superintendent and I know past chairs have done this as well, we frequently talk with the superintendent about what's going on, or I also have the ability to call and talk to our district attorney at any time, with or without the superintendent's knowledge. So I have done that in the past. And so that's the main duties, I guess, in addition to doing the yearly evaluation of the superintendent, and then with the addition of the mid-year check-in.
And you run the meetings.
And we run the meetings, yeah. Arlen, you're in the queue.
Thank you. I have been vice chair, and that's part of the reason why I said I didn't feel there was an extra need for extra pay for the vice chair duties. I have been chair. Pam, you have also been a vice chair, so maybe you can comment on your feelings on the vice chair position. I have not been treasurer. I've observed what treasurers do, and maybe I'm missing something, but other than putting your signature on the bank records when you get elected treasurer and a few incidents, a few other things, there's not that much to being treasurer extra from your duties. You are chair of the finance committee, but we all have different people who are chair of other committees, and that's where I'm coming from, that I don't feel there should be extra pay for the vice chair or the treasurer. I think one of the hardest jobs on the board is a clerk. I have not been a clerk. I don't want to be a clerk. When you have election year, if things go right, it doesn't take an awful lot of extra time, but from your regular duties. But if you ever end up in a contested election, the amount of responsibility that's put on the clerk to do a recount can be tremendous. We're fortunate we have Lisa here to help us now has been hired, and we'll handle, I think, a lot of the election stuff, but there's still a tremendous amount of responsibility, extra duties that goes with being clerk. And so clerk is a position that maybe isn't even compensated enough in this proposal. I have not been clerk, but I know it's can be a lot of extra work. Thank you.
Jennifer.
I was just going to speak to that about being a clerk. I would say that right now, it isn't a lot of extra work. Obviously, I haven't gone through an election, but right now, Lisa does most of the work. She's amazing, and she prepares the minutes, and I then use that, what she's prepared during the meetings, to take extra notes and, write down exactly what happens during the meetings, and then she prepares them at the end and we review them together. So it's reviewing minutes, signing other paperwork. So that isn't a lot of extra work, but my understanding is that during the elections, that work will increase. Obviously, I haven't done that yet.
Karsten.
Yeah, just add a couple of points. First, as far as the vice chair, in previous years, I would just meet with the school board chair. But this year we started meeting with the school board chair and the vice chair.
3 years ago.
Oh, was it 3 years ago? Oh yeah, that's right, because you started doing that. And so I think that expectation, helps justify an increased salary, for the vice chair, just because of the regular commitments. In terms of the clerk, I think we're blessed to have Lisa on staff. There's no doubt about it. But during the election season, things will really be busy for both you and Lisa. Plus, there's this responsibility that comes with the clerk, in terms of reviewing the minutes and saying they're okay and that kind of thing. And I think the same is true for the treasurer. So those are just my quick reactions. And, certainly I'll just throw out a possibility, because it's going to depend on the motion, is you keep the officer rates the same and maybe increase the board member salaries. Instead of $3,700, maybe you could say $4,000 and then $4,200, or no, $4,300 and then $4,400 or something. There are variations. Yeah, I just threw that out as in a chart just for starting the discussion.
Well, and I'll just tell you, when I was vice chair and Arlen was chair, I didn't know a lot about being an officer, and I just asked to sit in on the meetings because I wanted to learn. I was kind of a silent person at the table, and I just wanted to. I was like a sponge, just licking it all up. I just wanted to learn. So I asked for that. I asked to be able to sit in because I didn't know anything about how to run a meeting, and if something happened to Arlen and I had to run a meeting, what was that gonna be like? What do I need to do? So I just wanted to learn. So that's kind of how that came to be. It's really not an expectation that we have to have moving forward. I just asked for it when I was a vice chair. And it actually became really helpful in case Arlen wasn't around. Then I was up to speed on what the agenda was or what the topics were, and it was really helpful. And then I think Jim kind of felt the same way and wanted to kind of be along so that if something happened to me and he needed to step in quickly, he would be able to do that. And Mr. Bryant, you're in the queue, so I'll turn that over to you.
Thank you. I'm not going to talk. I don't like to talk about things I do and all that. So, I mean, I think I bring value to the chair, vice chair, and to the agenda committee. So, and I think Anna talked earlier on this whole process, how much research she had done on pay around the state by school boards. And let's just not beat this thing to death here, but we're underpaid as a board for all the time you do. I remember one board member told me once, he's no longer here, but he probably got quarter to 50 cents an hour for all his time. So I'll let you go. So let's call the vote. Let's vote it up or down, one of the two soon here.
Jennifer?
I was just gonna say, I would propose that we do increase the director's pay, perhaps leave the ideas for chair, vice chair, clerk, treasurer, or adjust, but instead of 3,700, maybe increase that to the 39. I don't know specific numbers. It makes me a little nervous doing that, but I do feel like the directors, even though they aren't given a position other than being a director, they do a lot of additional work. Nikki talking about the community involvement, and Anna and I have been working on a similar thing. There are other jobs beyond just coming to a meeting that all of us take on and do. And so I think that as Arlen and Jim and everyone has said, that in order to draw people in, that it might be better to increase that.
Is that a motion or was that a statement?
It was a statement.
Okay, just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, I don't see a motion.
I don't see a formal one either. Nikki, you're next in the queue.
I was just gonna ask maybe in the future if we could, when it's time to change the chair, vice chair, clerk, treasurer, like maybe have an expectations list and, seeing what maybe people wanted. I don't. I foresee it, them doing a lot of things, taking direction, squashing, scabbles and, setting up and making sure everybody's in. I personally like to just show up and do my job. I'd like to be the worker bee. I don't want to be queen bee, but maybe other people want to be queen bee. Maybe have an expectations list of each of those duties. Maybe if that makes more people feel comfortable of raising that pay. I don't know.
That's a great idea, and we can put that maybe in the school the handbook that we're working on. But MSBA has a really great list of duties that each of those 4 positions do, or what they're expected to do. But there's many other things that could go on all of those lists. So that's a really good point. That's a good starting place, the MSBA stuff, but there are many more things that happen. So I'm hearing directors right now are at 35, and if we start at 39 for 22, 41 for 23, and 43 for 24. I'm seeing heads nod. Are we okay with that? Okay.
Is that a motion then?
Well, let's work on the whole thing before we make the motion. Treasurer is 35 now. What I heard is that there are expectations and extra duties for the treasurer. So do we feel that those numbers in there are fair? I mean, I've never been a treasurer either, so I don't know.
Do you want me to answer?
Yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So the numbers that are there, you're okay with?
Yeah, and I feel like our positions, I'm not in the queue, but I feel like our positions are as much as we want to put into it.
Yeah.
And as little as we want to do.
Yeah.
So if somebody doesn't do very much, that's their prerogative.
Mhm.
Right, but if somebody does a lot more and it comes out to be $1 an hour, that's their prerogative. Correct? But there is a little bit more expected from the positions.
Correct.
But I do like going up to 39 instead of the 37 for directors.
Sure. I'm okay with all of those other numbers that are before us in that grid. Does anybody else have anything they'd like to share or add about those numbers? Or are we ready to make a motion on those numbers if we move the directors to 39 for next year, 41 for the following, and 43 for 2024? Anna, you're in the queue. Thank you. Oh, yeah. And
Yeah. Okay. So maybe I just answered my own question. But I was trying to see if those numbers they're going up just like the 200 a month or 200 a year, sorry, not percentage wise, right? Like if what we're talking about right now is what we're proposing for 2022. And then the idea is that it would go up $200 a year for each position, not percentage, but $200. Correct?
well, it looks like everybody's.
I think that's what it is, but I'm just.
Yeah, that's what Pam suggested.
Yes. Starting in 2022. So it looks like from now until 2022, there's a bigger jump than $200 for most roles. But then from there on, it goes $200 a year.
Well, I'll make a motion to approve the chart as presented with the change of $3,900 in 2022 for directors, $4,100 in 2023, and $4,300 in 2020.
Motion made by Jennifer. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Holly. Any other discussion?
Just to clarify, was it 3,900, 4,100, and 4,300?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? We'll start the roll call vote with Ms. Ostendorf.
Aye.
Ms. Tower.
Aye.
Ms. Tift. Aye. Mr. Bryant.
Aye.
I think that was me, and I say aye.
And Mr. Derricks.
No.
And chair votes aye, so that passes 6-1. Thank you for a really good conversation, everyone.
Madam Chair, I was just going to throw in the queue when you called the question. Just if somebody doesn't want to accept the increase, they don't have to either. They have that choice that they could do if they wish. So I did that a number of times as county commissioner to not take a raise. So it's up to the individual. Thank you.
Thank you for pointing that out, Mr. Bryant. That's a really good point. All right, School Board Procedures Handbook.
So we've reviewed this handbook on multiple occasions. Different committees have reviewed different sections of the handbook. Based on feedback from the most previous meetings, I did change the designations for the non-discrimination policies and then also remove the school board pay plan. Just a reminder that there's no document that's perfect. We will continue to adjust and we can make changes in the document at any time. But at least this is proposed for approval this evening.
Comments, discussion? Arlen.
Thank you. I got issues with a few things again. Once again, we have acknowledgement of a person being a human rights, or not human rights, Title IX and human rights, I believe it is. Secondly, we're recognizing an agenda committee, but I don't think this board ever established an agenda committee. it proceeded to being termed that when it was questioned whether it was needed to be posted if two board members were talking about an agenda with the chair and the vice chair at a meeting on Tuesday morning or whatever day. But that is not a position that was, or a committee that was established by the school board, to my knowledge, as of now. The third item is, I think there should be some additional information in meeting preparation, especially citing the school board, how the meetings are posted and where and stuff. So that's all I have.
Holly.
Thank you. Yes, Arlen, there was an agenda committee formed, and we did vote on that early on. So, it's in the notes, I know that. And, we can talk about it more later at another meeting, but I do know that that committee was formed. And that's kind of where the basis of not a learning experience for the vice chair, but more of an expectation of the vice chair to have a voice at the table. So that's kind of where that came from. It represents the full board versus 3 votes went to the chair, 4 votes went to the vice chair, you know, the full board kind of gets represented at the table with the superintendent. So.
I have no problem with having that committee, and I think it makes good sense. And I do remember us having a conversation at this table, and I'm pretty sure we voted on that. We'll have to do some checking on what date that was, but I'm pretty darn sure that we discussed that and added that on our committee's assignments. So, other than that, though, what was the other thing that you were? Second thing after that, Arlen?
Title IX designation
Oh, okay.
and the posting of meetings.
Posting meetings.
We still can't hear you.
Sorry. Also meeting preparation, there should be a section on posting of our meetings and where and how and who.
That's in there.
That's on page 11 of the.
111.
It's page 11. It's page 128 of the whole packet and page 11 of the board procedure manual.
Other comments, concerns, questions? Again, I think even though this isn't a draft copy now, we're looking at accepting this as our first handbook. I think as in any other handbook, it's going to be up for review on an ongoing basis. Where will that review take place? Is that in policy and legislator? Is that in the agenda committee? Who would be in charge of?
My assumption is that it goes through the legislative and policy committee,
Okay,
but it could be either one.
okay. Thoughts on that?
I do have a thought. I would kind of like it to be looked at through the board chair and the vice chair and the superintendent at the committee meeting.
Okay.
The agenda committee meeting, and kind of look at it from a different lens than the policies that we use. Because that's more directed to what the work we're doing.
Yes.
And again, I think either one works as long as we have a general understanding.
Yeah, and a timeline.
Yep. Anna?
There we go. I have read through this a number of times, and I think there's always more things that we could add or change, but it's a living, working document. I think it's good to have something on board, and then as things develop, like I am responsible for the student school board liaisons, and there are some things that I would like to change up with that. But this is accurate, I think, for where things are at right now. So I will make a motion to approve the school board procedures handbook as presented.
I have a second.
I'll second.
Other discussion? Anyone else? No? All right, we'll take a roll call vote, starting this time with Ms. Tower.
Aye.
Ms. Tift? Aye. Mr. Bryant?
Aye.
Ms. Buck?
Aye.
Mr. Derricks?
Aye.
Ms. Ostendorf?
Aye.
So that passes 7-0. And what, as long as we're on this topic, then why don't, Mr. Bryant and I will make sure that that is in my bag for every time we meet. And if you do have changes or things that you highlighted that you think, oh, this is not how we're doing it, or we can change this, please let myself or Mr. Bryant know, and that I will keep a copy of that and make sure that it's updated every January. We should probably have this in our organization do and have ready for every January. Along with every handbook. Or we do the school handbooks in the fall, or
Yeah, we do the student and employee ones before the school year starts.
yeah, but maybe the organizational one.
The procedural one would be perfectly fine.
So we will do that moving forward. Fabulous. All right. Next.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
Anna, I put my cue, and Anna and I think, having the same issue. You guys are breaking up. So maybe Nikki and Arlen and I experience the same thing. We're getting like every other word. I don't know, there's some feedback in something in the room there, or something coming out when really some of you talk. So I don't know what the issue is. I'm assuming the people on the live stream are getting the same feedback too. So there's something going on there. I don't know what it is. Just so you know, I just wanted to let you know. I'm not complaining. I wanted to let you know.
Thank you.
Talk straight to it, because sometimes when we talk to each other, we might pull the voice that way.
All right, we'll do we'll try a couple of things. Give us some feedback and let us know. Okay? Can you hear me now?
You're still in and out. You're just like, there's an echo. There's another microphone or something on. It sounds like, I don't know what it is, but I can hear Nikki and Arlen and Anna really well, and Karsten most of the time really well. I'm just letting you know. So.
Thank you.
I can hear Holly better than I can hear Pam. Jennifer's a little quiet, but I can hear her pretty clearly. Pam, your voice is loud enough, but for some reason, like Jim was saying, like I catch about every other word or something like that.
All right, we'll mess around with
Just
the
making sure connections
here.
Don't worry, Jennifer is taking care of the issue here.
She is.
I'm gonna unplug the microphone and plug it back. Is that better at all?
It is. Just before you turned it off, Pam was coming in really well then. Now she's coming in better. Yeah.
Can you hear us? Oh,
yes.
Can you hear us?
Now it sounds pretty good.
Can you hear me now?
Let's keep moving on.
I can't hear Jim, and I can see that he was talking.
Oh.
Can you hear me now?
Are you talking?
Yes, I am. Oh, here we are. Can you hear me now?
Okay.
There, now I can hear Anna.
Can you
Jim,
hear me?
try it again.
Can you hear me now?
Yep. Oh, not
Okay.
through the window, can we?
Can you hear me now? I can.
Through the computer.
I can hear
We
you.
can hear you, just a little bit, Jim, but we're gonna adjust the microphone and speaker.
Try it again, Jim.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Okay, good. All right. Thank you. Now, appreciate your consideration on this. Thank you.
Well, thanks for bringing it to our attention. We would not know otherwise. So thank you. School board, that brings us to the very good next topic about meeting locations in mode and how we were gonna get together starting in a couple of weeks, but we have an update on that I will let the superintendent share with you.
There have been some legislative changes and statutes, some different recommendations from the MSBA. Pam, Jim, and I spoke about those things, and the recommendation is to conduct hybrid board meetings until September 1st, as long as a quorum of members are not physically present, which is true tonight, so it worked out perfectly. In-person board meetings, or in-person only board meetings, would begin on September 1st. And then board meetings will be held in J110, which is a training center here in the high school. Yeah, that's this room.
I will tell you that Jim and I and Superintendent Anderson looked over all of this information that came out about it's statute 13D.02, and it's in your board packet. And if you read all of that, and then you read the MSBA comment about it, it is very confusing. It's very difficult, I think, to get a clear picture of what they're really trying to say. Basically, we focused on 60 days, a member, 60 days after the removal of the state emergency is what we focused on. That's condition B, number 2. And that 60 days happens to be September 1st. And so that's why we thought, let's just be safe and not have a quorum in person. That way the community has 60 days to know that we're changing our systems, and we will all just be back in person on September 1st or any meeting starting then and thereafter. If we all happen to come into this meeting room, because we didn't talk about who's coming and who's not, we can go to different rooms in the school, and that does constitute not in person because we're not all physically together. And so there is a workaround, but that's just kind of how we thought we would deal with that. Questions?
And just, I'll add on a little bit to that. The reason it's so important not to have a quorum is that if we have a quorum in person, then we cannot allow people to participate remotely. And so that's why we're doing this, just to give people that flexibility.
So starting on September 1st, there won't be any computers. We'll be all in person. There will be no hybrid or remote call-ins.
Yeah, that's my understanding of the statute.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we may still want to record and live stream how we are now. So we may still have computers, but we would all be physically present using the speaker there and the microphone.
And that will probably speed up our meetings because we won't have to have these roll call votes for everything. It'll be yay or nay.
Right.
So it'll be good. It's nice to see everybody's faces and get back to normal meetings. And so hopefully that we'll change that date then. We were gonna do all of our in-person meetings starting August 16th. No more. We can do a hybrid until September 1st, but anything starting September, we're all in person for every meeting.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I was just going to bring that up. Since we made a motion to start August 16th, we should probably do a revised motion stating in-person meetings after September 1st to follow the state statute and the 60-day requirements to be safe. So I think that would probably be appropriate since the board did pass a motion to start the 16th. So I'll make that a motion that we'll start in-person meetings, school board meetings and committee meetings September 1st or after to meet the state statute.
I'll second.
Okay. Motion made by Jim, seconded by Holly. Any other discussion? All right. We'll take a roll call vote, this time starting with Ms. Tift. Aye. Mr. Bryan.
Aye.
Ms. Buck.
Aye.
Mr. Derricks.
Aye.
Ms. Ostendorf.
Aye.
Ms. Tower.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, so that passes 7-0. Thank you. All right, personnel requests.
I will say that the personnel committee met shortly before this board meeting and recommends passage of what's recommended in the board packet. I'd still like to go through each position, request those separately real quickly, and then there can be time for questions and answers. So we are putting in a request to hire 5 different positions, but we have a funding plan for each one. The first position is to reinstate the adult programs coordinator. That's a community education funded position that was temporarily eliminated about a year ago during COVID. Because we're able to provide more adult funding using community ed funds, we believe we can bring back the position or be paid for through those revenues. The second position was recommended by Principal Nemenich. It's a school safety coordinator. This person would have more responsibilities than a student monitor or a school home liaison because he or she would be working with safety and security, especially at the high school, but have some district-wide crisis management responsibilities as well. And you can see how we're saving money to pay for that position. I'll briefly mention it just so that the public can see it. The plan is to reduce the cost of internal teacher substitutes by $24,000, reduce a student manager position at a savings of $30,000, and code 10% of the position to long-term facilities maintenance, and that's because of his or her work with crisis management. The third position that's recommended is a change in how we provide technology integration in the district. Currently, we have Tony Kashi, who is part-time math teacher, part-time technology integrationist. We would like to essentially add a position. So Tony will either be the technology integrationist or math teacher, and then we'd hire, one other individual. So the recommendation there would be to hire that full-time technology integrationist and hire a full-time math teacher, realizing that Tony will be one of them. And then we'd also like to, at his request, we'd like to reduce Principal Pagel's stipend to be the Director of Technology by $7,500. He wants to transition out of that role. He was gracious enough to help us this past year, but he wants to start transitioning out. So that's why he requested lower salary. The fourth position is a concession stand manager position. We've had several iterations of what this could look like. After meeting with Mr. Hartman and Mr. Lexfold, Ms. Weddern, Ms. Paradis, we landed on hiring a concession stand manager at $4,500 per year. And the rest of that description describes how we pay for that. If we're running short, we can increase the percentage markup on the goods that we sell on the concession stand. And finally, the communications manager request. We are requesting to hire a 4/5 time communications manager, and that person would be placed in the program directors or supervisors, conditions of employment in Group C. The cost of that position is estimated at about $85,500, but again, it always depends on the step that the person would be hired at. So I want to be crystal clear. It could be less than that. It could be more than that, depending on what experience and skills hired person brings to the table. And again, you can see how we plan to save some money, but then the bulk of it, about $62,500, would be paid for out of federal ESSER funds for up to 2 years. So it's a 2-year proposal. But we're very confident that the position will prove its value overall and financially. And so we're confident that it'll go into the future. But we realize, this particular plan is for 2 years because that's how we have the funding for it. So again, those are the 5 different positions that are proposed tonight. And some or all of the presenters are on this call in case there are some questions.
Holly, you're in queue. Thank you. So I wasn't at the personnel committee meeting, I tried, but I do remember us talking about these at the last meeting, and I had some time to think about it. My question is, are we gonna be voting on these individually or as one big chunk?
Totally depends on what motion is made. They could be individual, you could authorize or vote or make a motion to do 3 of them, or you could go for all 5. It depends on the motion.
Okay, and anybody can make the motion?
Any board member can, I can't.
Right.
Mhm.
Okay, because personally, I'm in favor of some, but not all.
Mhm.
So I know if we make a motion, we would continue to discuss. And people can have input and vote yes or no based on a motion that I would make.
Can we ask
Correct.
questions before?
I think we should, to make it easier, it's best to just get all of our
Input
comments
prior.
out
Okay.
first and then make a motion. Otherwise, we have to make friendly amendments.
That's totally fine. Yeah.
So it's best to just get all of our discussion out now and then come with a very clean motion at the end.
And I'm glad you brought that up because as with any motion, after it's made, then board members can suggest amendments to that motion. And then people vote on the amendment and then vote on the overall motion with or without those amendments. So, I mean, that's common practice.
Yes, but it gets very wishy-washy and hard to follow. So Mr. Bryant, though, can help me out with if we need to do that, but you're in the queue.
Thank you. Yeah, just seeing all these is probably best to just do them individually by motion. I think that's probably the cleanest. It'll probably speed things along a little bit too. My question, the positions look interesting. The financial end of it, we passed a motion to lower our budget by 2.2 million. Now we're looking at adding people. I know I'm not opposed to the safety position, but I'm just curious because we did talk about reducing some substitutes with that $2.2 million cuts. And now we're looking at, are we doing it a couple times? And my other question is probably Jackie's on the line here. The other thing is the ESSER funds aren't going to be there forever. And we're using them to fill positions. What's going to happen if our declining enrollment continues to drop even more than it is next year? I just don't want to add something to it and we're looking at cutting and we can't meet that cut because we added. You understand what I'm saying? So if you can clarify my mind before I vote on it, that we still are keeping in mind the 2.2 reduction to balance our budget instead of, looking at adding against what we've already said we're going to do. So thank you.
So I'll speak to the school safety coordinator first. We had a student monitor in the high school resign. That is one of the positions we are looking to use to fill this position, basically to retool it. I'm not sure if George is on the line or not, if he can talk to that at all or not. We also had a significant amount of money set aside for internal staff subbing on their prep period. We're going to use about 2/3 of that. As George spoke at the personnel committee, subbing has changed with the advent of Google Classroom to where teachers are loading a lot of their materials on Google Classroom. So if needed, it may be possible for a substitute teacher to supervise 2 rooms at a time instead of just the 1 room if we get in a bind. But that is, again, if we get into a bind and no one picks it up through teachers on call. That is one of his suggestions, and then the 10% to LTFM, and that covers that position. Second was the tech integrationist. We are proposing ESSER funds for now, but it also might be acceptable in our achievement and integration plan, which is ongoing funding, but we can't commit to that right now until MDE approves it. But again, this was one that was approved. We could cover with ESSER funds until we can get it into our achievement and integration plan. With the communications manager, we are again proposing ESSER funds for 2 years. The data we're hoping to get back on this is that if we can retain or gain at least 8 students beyond our projections, it will pay for this position. So if we can improve our communication out and either retain or gain 8 students, that will pay for this position when the 2 years of ESSER funding is gone.
And I would add that what we talked about at the personnel committee, especially about the communications manager, is that it's an investment in our district. I mean, we have a lot of great things going on, and in order to get kids to be excited about coming here or to draw kids from other districts to come here because we've got a lot of wonderful things to offer, they have to know about it. And we don't have someone right now that is in that position to really sell what we're doing well. We've got somebody that we've hired for $15,000 a year. So that's like 1 day a week that somebody thinks about how to sell Red Wing Public Schools, but nothing else. And Jackie did talk about, if we can get 8 new kids or get 8 of our kids back, that would pay for this position in the long run. I had the same concerns, Jim, that you did about how can we cut $2.4 million from our budget and then add these new positions. Everything is pretty cost neutral except for the communications manager, but if we get more students to come back, that will pay for that position. So it's a little bit of a risk, but what we've talked about in personnel today was that we feel like, it's a risk versus rewards, and where do we want to put our dollars. So who's in the queue? Anna, I think you're up.
My question is about the school safety coordinator. Which school would that person be at? I'm assuming high school because it has George on there. And then how does this interact with or overlap with the police liaisons, especially if this person is doing crisis management? Do we have the potential to reduce some of the police liaison contract as a way to fund this, or what's the plan there?
Yeah, to answer your first question, Anna, the position would primarily be based out of the high school, but then he or she would have some district-wide crisis management responsibilities. So that would be developing and revising our crisis management plan, as well as attending trainings for that, and then also providing training for administrators and other employees in the district. So essentially, it's based on the high school, plus a little bit extra for the district. What was your second question, Anna?
How does this interact with the Red Wing Police Department resource officer position?
Yeah, in my mind, at least right now, the reducing the police liaison position is not part of the recommendation. It would, potentially, I suppose it could be in the future, but it would depend a lot on who is hired and exactly what that person brings to the table. So that's not part of the plan right now. It's not part of the recommendation. The school liaison officer has not in the past developed the crisis management plan or handled day-to-day issues in the school district. And they really shouldn't do that. That should be a school employee who is monitoring the hallways and developing relationships with families and providing safety and security for our students and staff. The police liaison has a different role. So they're related but not related.
I'm sold on the school safety coordinator, not as sold on the police resource officer, especially when you explain it like that. So, I realize that's not the issue on the table, but I guess I would rather put money in this bucket than that bucket, personally.
Sure.
Mr. Nemenich is not on this call right now, but I can share that, one of the things that he's concerned about is now we're having 6 grades up here at the high school. So there's a bunch more kids here, and with 7 passing times in a day, there's a need for more supervision up here. And so this person would continue to be a student monitor, but also be trained in crisis management. They would support staff in learning how and knowing how to de-escalate students in a crisis. There would be more connections with home and families and parents ongoing. And there's a lot to manage here at the high school. And so while we're not having a student monitor or a teacher substitute, those 2 positions combined can pay for this one position. And like Jackie said, there's not a need as much for having substitutes here on our payroll, because we did that because of COVID, because nobody wanted to substitute because of the pandemic. And so we had to sweeten the pot and say, yes, you get a full-time job and you can be here and we'll find something for you to do every day. But we may not have that need anymore. So that's why that teacher substitute position would be used for paying for this spot, as I understand it, right?
That's your calculations, Jackie?
It would not be the perm sub position I think you're talking about, but it would be our staff subbing on their prep period, the reduction in that.
Right, gotcha. Jennifer, you're in the queue.
Just in response to the school safety coordinator thing, similar to what Pam said, and I had some of the same questions. One thing that Mr. Nevenich said is that this school safety coordinator would work with the safety officer. He would obviously still be there, but that they would work together. And then also, one of the things that this safety coordinator, one of the responsibilities would be to be trained in PBIS, to really know what PBIS is, and also building relationships with students, just having someone else being in the building that's really building the relationships that right now the resource officer can't always do because of the responsibilities. So that was one thing that really sold me on that. If I could just mention the communications position, I would have to say that I'm a huge proponent of this. I was very excited to see the communications manager on here because I feel that this is something that our district has needed for a long time. One of the things that Anna and I have been working on is figuring out how to connect with the community. Nikki's been working on that a lot as well. And I mean, all of us have, but more recently that has been our focus. And I feel like this position is someone that can really help us do that, make those connections to the community, get feedback from parents and students, and help us moving forward with that, building trust in the community. And I think that this is crucial for that. Also, the idea that this person can really help us hopefully increase enrollment is huge. That is key for us right now so that we can increase our funding. And I think this position is critical for doing that, to go out into the community, share everything, all of the amazing things that we are doing to pull students back and hopefully pull more students in. So I really think that this position is critical, and I believe we should pass all of these.
Holly?
Thank you. I have a concern about putting two classes together for one teacher to sub. That's a huge concern to me. And it could be a class of 4 and a class of 8. Put them all in the same room, that would be 12 students on their computers. That's not a big deal. But if you're looking at a situation where you have 20 students and 15 students, and that one person has to sub, that only increases the need for a student safety coordinator, which are we now trying to create situations so we can justify one? No. Because that to me is ridiculous, that we would combine 2 classes for one teacher to sub when it's their prep. I would be livid if I got the call from the office saying, hey, can you use your prep to sub this class? No. No, I don't want to use my prep. Some teachers do. I do know that some teachers do that, but that's creating an environment that increases the need. And I don't understand that dichotomy. We should be working in classroom situations to make it nicer and gentler and calmer for classroom teachers and for students, so that need doesn't have to be. So I'm really struggling with that piece now, having heard that, and I did read through some of this earlier. It seems like on paper, oh yeah, but being in the experience of being asked to sub, no, absolutely not. So that's a huge red flag for me, that's one of the ways to justify the cost. If we were looking at reducing the SRO time, that's one thing, but we're not. So, and we're not even adding the mental health component to that. PBIS is one thing, that's not mental health. And kids that are in crisis or having issues in the hallway, it's been shown time and time again that they need a mental health component to help them address that. We have a principal, 2 assistant principals, an athletic director. We have this very heavy group of people. I don't understand why there isn't already a school safety plan that addresses what they're saying they need. And 7th grade isn't going to be in there very long, is my understanding. So I do understand the ESSER funds and the 2-year thing, but what I just heard now is a huge red flag for me. And, you know, if Mr. Nemenich was on the call, he could maybe explain it differently, but I have been called in several times. Hey, can you sub this class? Honestly, I have to do it because it's for kids, but I also have kids that I have to teach and that I have to prep for. And I have parents I'm responsible to in those classes. So I don't think that that's a safe answer or fair. And that's kind of what I have to say on that one. The communications, I hear it loud and clear. I don't disagree. I'm just not so sure I'm ready to put money towards it after we had to cut. So I do like Jim's idea that we just go line by line, one at a time. And I do appreciate all the work that's been put into this to try to figure things out. So, thank you.
Carson?
You know, would you like to start going position by position, so at least we can address some of them and then keep going? I don't mean to usurp the discussion at all, but
I think that makes the most sense,
Yeah.
actually. So let's go back to the adult program coordinator. That's a position that's being reinstated. It's already a budgeted position, so that's a break-even one.
So do I make a motion to, okay, I make a motion to reinstate the adult program coordinator position?
Second.
Anna made the second. Any other discussion? All right, we will start a roll call vote with Mr. Bryant.
Aye.
Ms. Buck?
Aye.
Mr. Derricks?
Aye.
Ms. Ostendorf?
Aye.
Ms. Tower?
Aye.
Ms. Tift? Aye. Chair votes aye, so that position passes 7-0. Next position, school safety coordinator.
And if the board is going to consider kind of the whole package for this particular position, there'd be 2 bullets. First would be hire a school safety coordinator under non-classified group C and eliminate a student monitor position at Redmond High School because they're tied together. There are also some other budgeted adjustments like for substitutes and that kind of thing, but we can do that internally. You know, these are the 2 items that would require board action.
Discussion. Somebody ready to make a motion?
If not, we can go to the next position and then we can always circle back if we want.
The only thing that I'll just say before we move on is that, you know, at some point I hear what you're saying, Holly, because I think that's a worst case scenario. Like, I don't think that's going to be a regular routine thing that happens every single day. That's not a great answer, but that's what I understood, is that that's not going to be a routine thing. I think that's if somebody gets into a major bind, there's a backup. You're right, I don't like that. But I also have to trust that Principal Nemenich knows his building and knows the needs of this building, and felt like this was a big enough need to figure out a way to fill it. So, you know, I'm struggling with both of those sides of that issue. Like, he knows the needs, he sees it, We have been talking about it in the personnel committee for the last, 3 months, maybe?
It was just, you brought it up last time.
Okay, so for 2 meetings. So, I mean, maybe we need more time to mull that over, but, yeah, who's in there? Jennifer? Holly?
I do want to say that,
Arlen was in there.
is Arlen Abby? Oh, go with
Yeah,
Arlen.
sorry, Arlen, you're in there first. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Can you break down just this part that you mentioned, Carson, what we're going to not be paying for the one position we eliminate and what the new position will cost us? So this safety coordinator, not student monitor, what is the cost and what is the savings?
Yeah, and if I could pass it over to Jackie, who actually worked with George on the proposal, and she can give you the recap.
Yep. Give me 1 second and I will pull it up on the screen here. So we costed about a middle of the road scenario. It could be more, it could be less. This was kind of the mid-range on the band. It would cost about $60,000. This is what we would be purchasing. It costed it with family health insurance to case scenario. We would assume we would retain the one permanent sub the high school has with TOC. And they would have still have $14,000 remaining to cover any, if we still need additional teachers to sub during their prep. So, as it comes out, it is break even.
Complete break even?
It would cost us 5 cents. So I'm gonna call it break even.
The other thing that I had talked about in the personnel committee is this something, I mean, if we were to say yes to this, I want a full report on a regular basis about how this is going. If we have to be dipping into that worst case scenario, I think we need to pull back. But you don't want to do that in the middle of a school year, but this is something that we would have to continually monitor and make sure that it's working and makes sense.
Well, I'm in the queue.
Yes, you're next.
I do remember Mr. Nemnich saying it is also somebody that could help with sports. And that is sitting with me now well.
Oh.
He did say that at the other meeting,
Okay.
and at the time when he said it, I was like, oh, sports. So I don't know where that came from or what that means, but it's not part of the job description.
Safety at events, maybe?
It maybe that could be it. I don't know. I still go back to the mental health piece.
Yeah.
Like if we're gonna spend this money,
I'm just wondering in the description.
I don't. I've been looking and I don't have it.
I think maybe the full description wasn't in. I'm reading first, I don't know if you can respond to that, but the mental health piece, I feel like in George's presentation or in part of what we had in the personnel committee meeting, there was some more information about the relationship building.
that's not how mental health, that's not somebody who's
Right.
specifically, we have a
Crisis
liaison,
management.
right? I'm just really struggling with this need versus we need somebody who can help kids when they're in crisis. What is the protocol? Not somebody to put the fire out. Not somebody to call the police liaison. Somebody that is trained in helping with crisis
Right, which is the
management.
feeling that I got this position is, that's exactly what this position is. So I could be incorrect, but that is the feeling that I got for this position. It's someone who's trained in crisis management and knows how to deal with those situations.
Gosh, I wish she was here because
And well, here's
saying.
the note I have, helping to coordinate supervision and crisis management, de-escalation, and also training staff on de-escalation issues, or how to do that.
I think you're both right.
Yeah.
I mean, I think, like Jennifer and Pam said, it's relationship building, it's crisis management, it's de-escalating situations, internally. But that's very different than mental health. And I think that's the point you're trying to make. So I think you're both
We have a resource
right.
officer in the building. We can hire people to come in and train in de-escalation. We don't have more help for our social workers and our counselors who we know are inundated with mental health needs? Why isn't that part of this?
Yeah, and I'm envisioning the possibility, and again, I cannot promise, but the possibility of including that in our full ESSER plan. So we've gone through a lot of meetings with, we took feedback from community members about the initial, Safe Learning Plan, and we've been reaching out to community partners to get feedback. And I don't have all that information, but my assumption is that there will be a strong push for additional mental health supports, whatever they might look like. And so I'm thinking that would be part of an ESSER plan, possibly. But there's so many other needs, I just don't know how it's going to rank.
Yeah, I could go on and on and on. Right, I kind of know where I feel.
Yeah. Jennifer, anything additional?
Yeah, I had a question about paying for it. It was brought up, I don't remember the name of the other, if we do not use ESSER funds, what is the other way that we can pay for this?
This one didn't have an other.
Oh.
Yeah,
okay.
it's
This one
it's
is
a
not an ESSER
technology
fund.
integration.
Oh, the technology one,
Mhm.
okay.
Yep.
That's all I have, thank you.
Anna.
There we go. Yeah, I personally don't feel like I have enough information to vote yes on this because there are significant concerns. So that's just kind of where I'm at with this one.
Mr. Bryant?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I certainly cannot wait to get back to in-person meetings after that dialogue back and forth in the room there. So I agree with Anna. I'd like to have this brought back to the next meeting. So I'll make a motion to table this to the next school board meeting. We'll bring back further information.
Say, Jim, can I?
There's no debate on it. That requires a second.
Yeah, regular meeting or special meeting?
Regular.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Do we need a second for the table?
I'll say.
Okay, so Jim, table, and Holly second. So we'll bring this back to the next meeting. Thank you. All right, technology integration and.
You need a vote. Madam Chair, we got to vote on that motion.
Yes. That's where you're paid the big bucks, Jim. All right, we'll take a roll call vote starting with Ms. Buck on tabling that position.
Aye.
Mr. Derricks.
Aye.
Ms. Ostendorf.
Aye.
Ms. Tower. Aye. Ms. Tift.
Aye.
Mr. Bryant.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, so 7-0, that position is tabled. All right, now moving on to the technology integration and math teacher. Questions or comments?
Yeah, if I could just mention one thing, that if it's approved as requested, there'd be three things. First, we'd be hiring a full-time technology integrationist. We'd hire a full-time math teacher, and we'd reduce the principal Pagel stipend as a director of technology to $7,500 per year. And so that would be the actual recommendation if we're doing what's listed.
Nikki, you're in the queue.
That was for the last one. That was before he made his motion.
Oh, shoot.
So I'm good. No, I'm good. We're good.
Sorry. Holly.
Thank you. Does this eliminate the director of technology?
No, the director of technology, Mike Pagel, stepped up this past year, and the stipend at that time was $15,000 for the whole year. If those three bullets are approved, then that position would be reduced to $7,500 per year. And then the plan is that the second year it would be zero, because a technology integrationist would take over all those responsibilities.
I meant for Mr. Johnson. That's where my head was, for Kevin.
Oh.
How does that position tie into this one?
Yeah, currently the way we have it set up is that we have technology infrastructure in one area and then technology integration in the other. And so Kevin would still remain as the director of buildings, grounds, and technology. That's part of his role. And he oversees Charlie and Julie with infrastructure stuff. So that would not be impacted by this at all. And then as far as the education is concerned, we have the $15,000 stipend for Mike Pagel, who requested that be reduced. He wants to transition out. And then we have Tony Kashi working part-time as an integrationist, technology integrationist. So we have the infrastructure and we have the education. So the proposal is to increase time for technology integration or the education side of the technology.
Is there a chance they could combine?
You know, there are some school districts that try to combine that work, but I will say that it's very challenging to find somebody with the dual skill sets. So, and I've worked in school districts that have that. And I know in one particular case, there was a teacher who had passion about technology, but had to learn the infrastructure along the way. And I will tell you that's very challenging. And the opposite is true. You know, if there's somebody who understands network systems and installing software and doing those kinds of things, does not mean that they can show teachers how to teach a lesson on technology. They're very different skill sets. So it can happen. I think that's very challenging to assume though.
This job is, this is where we had the backup for the ESSER funds, right? So it's a 2-year plan?
Yeah, the one thing that is possible is that our preference would be to code this position, part of this position to achievement and integration plan, but we have to go through a process and get state approval before we can say, yes, it's going to be paid for out of achievement and integration. If that does not happen for whatever reason, then we'd like to use ESSER funds to pay for it. So the former plan, achievement and integration, would be an ongoing program. If we have to rely on ESSER funds, then it's a 2-year program.
The other thing I was thinking about is really when we talked about our referendum promises, when we went out for the last referendum, we talked about how technology was a big piece of what we were going to use our money for. And we've purchased all these great Chromebooks and we've got one-on-one, but we really do, I mean, as part of that plan, we need to have somebody who's teaching teachers how to utilize the technology in their classrooms. And yes, we threw everyone to the fire this last year and said, figure it out, here you go, quick. You've got 2 weeks to figure it out. And now this would be a great resource, I think, for teachers. It's important, it's needed. It's one of those things that we can communicate through our communications manager that this is something that we are offering, that we're dedicated, and we mean what we say when we said we're gonna integrate and use our technology. It's the way of the future. And so I'm really all for this piece. Just thinking what really pushed me over the edge was the referendum promises. It's one thing to give everybody Chromebooks and teachers extra hardware, but how do we support them in using it to the best of their ability for their curriculum? So that's really where I'm at. Anna.
In general, I am supportive of this. My question is where the technology integration specialist's job would live, because Tony Kashi, is a high school teacher, great understanding of the dynamics there. Mike Pagel's an elementary principal, great understanding of the dynamics there, but those are very different worlds. So if we're talking about putting this in one position, I'm just wondering how that structure is going to go so we're not, shortchanging any of our students?
That's a great question. If we had unlimited supply of money, we would have multiple technology integrationists. That's how important, these positions are, because we want to give the resources to our teachers to do the best they can in classrooms. Mike Pagel, regardless of if he gets a stipend or not, will have his hands on the technology program one way or the other. That's just how he is. He studied that in postgraduate work, all those kinds of things. So he'll still be involved. We also expect all of our principals to understand the basics of good instruction via technology. You're right, though. I mean, Tony is a high school teacher. This past year, because he was also a part-time math teacher at the high school, he was really focused almost entirely out of the high school. Next year, I'm not sure where his office is going to be, but we would expect him to visit all classrooms. In addition to that, we can still keep our smaller technology stipends that we give to teacher leaders in the different sites. And we still have our media and technology paras too, who can provide more of the hands-on technical support.
Well, that's something I brought up too in the personnel committee is, do we still need those building liaisons if we have a integrated, somebody in the whole district overseeing all of that? And the short answer would be yes, but that's something that, we can monitor over this next year. And if they're not being well utilized, or if that's something that this person could take on those questions and those needs, then, we can save some more money by reducing those stipends. We just don't know. Does anyone like to make a motion on this position? Anyone?
I could make the motion to hire a full-time technology integrationist, hire a math teacher, and reduce principal payroll stipend.
Do I have a second?
I can second that.
Any other discussion? This time I'll start a roll call vote with Mr. Derricks.
Aye.
Ms. Ostendorf?
Aye.
Ms. Howard? Aye. Ms. Tift?
Aye.
Mr. Bryant?
Aye.
Ms. Buck?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Passes 7-0. All right, concession stand manager.
Over the past few years, we've gone through several different ways of providing concession stand management. And so the recommendation that's presented tonight is to hire a concessions manager at $4,500 per year. And that recommendation really came from Brent Lexfold, Paul Hartman, Amy French was involved, as well as Jackie and myself. So we really looked at some different scenarios and different salary amounts, and we kind of landed at the $4,500 per year. So in past years, we hired someone by the hour, and then we offered somebody a small stipend, assuming that she would be able to do some work during her regular work time. And I think we need to pay higher, to be fair. So $4,500 is a starting, or is kind of what we're proposing for this year. But we recognize that we have to, first, we want to be good stewards of the tax dollars, and then also we want to make sure we're fair to employees. And so we're going to monitor that during this year and see if adjustments need to be made in salary for subsequent years. Also, I'll point out that we're hoping this is a temporary thing. If we get a food service operations manager position approved using food service funds, that person will be responsible for this work as well.
How are you in queue?
I would like to make a motion to hire a concessions manager at $4,500 a year.
Motion made by Holly. Do I have a second?
Second.
Anna, just any discussion? We'll start a roll call vote with Ms. Ostendorf,
Aye.
Ms. Tower, aye. Ms. Tift, aye. Mr. Bryant,
Aye.
Ms. Buck,
Aye.
Mr. Derricks.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Passes 7-0. And then communications manager.
And again, this is another combo proposal. So it'd be to hire a 4/5 communications manager under the program directors and supervisors group C, and then also incorporate the area advisor position into the communications manager position. In terms of, I think we kind of talked about that already earlier this meeting in terms of why it's being proposed and then how we're planning to pay for it. The biggest amount of resources would come out of the ESSER funding. So it's about $65,000, I believe, out of ESSER funding that would help pay for this position. Because of that reliance, right now there's a 2-year plan to have that position, because we'll have ESSER funds for 2 more years at least. And then after that, we'll have to make some decisions about extending that into the future. I'm very confident that if we find the right person and we set up the structure appropriately, that we will greatly value that work. And I'm very confident that it'll continue in the future. But I want to be open and honest about the finances. And right now, rely on ESSER funds for 2 years.
I will make the motion to hire Fortis Communications Manager under Program Directors and Supervisors Group C and incorporate area advisor position into Communications Manager.
Do I have a second? Pam will second it. Any other discussion? Mr. Bryant?
I think Holly was in the queue first. I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Am I right?
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
I can't wait till we're all together. Holly.
So I'm just gonna clarify for the public, this position is being paid how?
ESSER funds.
ESSER funds, and those funds are already in our bank account.
They are not in our bank account, but we have been allocated them, yes.
We've been allocated them, and they're under what column to be used? So if somebody says, well, why would you hire that and not this? What's the designation?
There has to be, we have to show a need based on COVID. And we believe that because of all of the communication that occurred during COVID and has to continue now in the future, we can justify that need.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, and by far that's the bulk of how it would be paid for. In addition, we will reduce the cost of our contracted communications work by $12,000, incorporate the area advisor position that would save $2,500, and then code 10% of the cost of community education and recreation. Because this person would support Dawn in her work with community ed as well. Yeah, we also have we're exploring some other ways to help pay for it, but I don't want to rely on those assumptions. I'd rather just rely on this plan here, and then we can try to save some money elsewhere too.
And I will say, this one scares me just a little bit, but it really is an investment. I mean, Dawn Wettern has been a huge proponent of this, and she talked about, we have to invest in our school district, and we really do. And is the risk worth the reward? That's kind of where I'm at with this, and everything in my heart says yes, because we have a lot of wonderful things that we can showcase about our school district. There's 5 Rivers that's happening with the online school, and this person's gonna be able to help us celebrate that and get the word out and really sell that program. We've got an operating referendum that's gonna be coming up, and while that person can't be the yes committee, we need a strong message to get out, a strong, consistent message. And a communications manager is going to take a bunch of work, I think, off of our superintendent, bring him up to do more superintendent-y kinds of things. And it would be great if we could give the communications piece to somebody who that's their expertise. And so I will, that's why I seconded the motion, and I feel very strongly in support of this position. And I'm very hopeful that we'll be able to pay for that and then some with the students that we get in our and the ESSER fund, or the ESSER funds. Who is in the queue?
I think Jim is
Jim.
next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't bring it up during the discussion because we were kind of all over the board on all these positions. I think communications and promoting ourselves through different means is important, and I support getting it out there, the word out, the good things that we're doing, the things that we may need help in, the areas where we're growing, with trying to find out things that we're going to be doing. My question really is, and I'm struggling with approving this based upon it's going to be a supervisor and a manager position. Who are they going to supervise and who are they going to manage? And if they're, I didn't read the job description, but I don't know of other people, since we're taking away the area advisor position. Why don't we just get somebody that can get out there and work the communications? Why do we have to turn it into a supervisor position?
And if I'll just answer your question, Jill Rivard, who does work on our website, would report to this person, and then the communications manager would also work directly with any consultants that might be involved. So, for example, Unleashed Consulting, if we do work with other entities for brochure design or website design or a number of other things. So in a way, that would be the reason why it's called a communications manager.
Okay, but I still don't think that's enough to justify putting somebody in a higher salary when they could do all those things without being a supervisor or manager. So I think we have enough across the board managers and supervisors in place to handle people. This person could answer to that. So I just share that with you. And if that's the line you're going, then I'm not going to support the position based upon where they're putting the position. I support the program and what they want to do, if that makes sense. So I think we can. So thank you.
Jennifer? Two things. With that, I don't know, I think Dawn is on the call. I guess I'd be interested in having her, Dawn, if you don't mind, being put on the spot. Just talk a little bit about this position, how you have talked to personnel before about this. I'm not sure if you're still there. I would request that. And then also, the position was banded this way. So there was a process that the district went to in order to determine that this was the best place for this person to be positioned as a program director and supervisor in Group C. So in my mind, it wasn't like it was just decided by someone that this is where it needs to be. It went through the process of banding. These are the responsibilities that this person would have, and therefore this is where they would fall into this category. So because of that, I agree with this. One other thing that I wanted to mention when Pam was talking about the importance of this job, one thing we talked about at Personnel Committee was the idea of having someone that can kind of put out fires, respond to immediate needs in communication. If something happens on social media or something happens anywhere, or something happens in a building, we have someone who knows who to go to, who to talk to, how to share information with the public. And so this one piece that hadn't been mentioned that I think is crucial for this.
I'll just follow up. Thanks for bringing up the banding part. I'm very familiar with banding. Other areas they call it pay equity. A position is banded by who puts that information together to give to Mr. Bjorklund, I believe his name is. That's how bands it, and he goes by the guidance of the people submitting it. So that's my point. My point isn't the person, but I just think I think we need to, if we're going to start out something else, we're going to just jump into another supervisor position. I struggle with that. So I just share with you. Thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, I am still on the call. I mean, I'm still in the meeting. I did want to just share that I did write the job description, and I did share it with Bob Bjorklund. He banded and graded it. We didn't go in with any assumptions. All we did was highlight the areas that this person would work. I know the Personnel Committee had an opportunity to read the job description. So it is a significant position that will be working closely with leaders in the community and also leaders in the school district. So in addition to, we do have other people in the program supervisors that don't supervise or manage anyone. This person does manage a few people, but the responsibilities of this position is significant. They have to have 1 foot in the district and 1 foot in the community, and they have a lot of responsibilities, both internally and externally. We're asking this individual to do a lot on 80% time. And, again, I could share some of the responsibilities, but it's a higher level position. And I believe that it was banded and graded correctly for what we're asking this person to do.
You done? Holly? I did read through the description, and it did say a master's is preferred. A master's degree is preferred.
Correct.
Right, so a master's in journalism, communications, public relations, that I do understand because of what is expected from the person applying for the position. We have had people do this work that weren't at a master's level per se, putting out the fires, monitoring Facebook, monitoring the Instagram, the Red Wings School webpage. That's a lot of work for a couple people to kind of communicate back and forth and try to do. My hesitancy is taking money from them who have been putting in the hard work and giving it to somebody else to manage them. We have had people that have put a tremendous amount of time in our website, on our Facebook, and to say, well, all the work you've been doing is great. No, we're going to pay somebody else more to do. And I'm not talking about the community. I'm just talking about the basics that we've been trying to do here in Red Wing. So I'm a little bit hesitant about hiring this position, knowing that we've had people work really, really hard to try to do some of this work. And I don't know what that means.
And if I could,
yeah, definitely.
just clarify, we still want Jill Rivard to continue in her
Correct.
Entering data onto the website. That's what she's done for many years, and we want to continue that as long as she wants to, and I think she does.
I just know that around the clock, people are working on technology and putting out fires and all of that kind of stuff, and I understand the need for the position because it's going to multiply into different areas and
Right.
honor the work also of the people that have been doing it.
And as far as like social media, this plan would, keep Kristen Bray still doing the high school Facebook page, as long as it works in Georgia's schedule. We have different buildings still doing some of that work kind of independently from each other. And so that may continue, but it'd be under one person who kind of oversees the whole effort instead of being mismatched, throughout the system. And also we're planning, at least for now, to continue our contract with Unleashed Consultants, but we would lower that payment to them. And so we'd have to adjust who does what. But they've done some very good work with our social media in terms of identifying topics and then getting the message out. They do the weekly e-news that's sent to, I think, all and some other work too, but we have to make some adjustments there. Nikki's in the queue.
Thank you, Nikki.
What we're looking for some consistency in messaging. We have 20 different web pages. We have all different kinds of people that send out messages. We don't have consistent people that are answering crises or misinformation. So what this individual would do is gather all of those things that are representing our district and bring it under one umbrella and make sure that the consistent message is out there and there's no misinformation. Sometimes it's added, we add to the misinformation. Sometimes we don't give correct information. And so what this person would do would be help to pull that all together and monitor that. Social media is a wonderful thing, but it can also be very tricky. And it can also be something that can cause us a lot of long-term issues if we get out incorrect information or don't stop some misinformation that could be make us vulnerable. So I think that is what this person's role would be, is to just spearhead a comprehensive message and find out who all those players are. Every time I open social media, I find another Red Wing School District page, and who's monitoring this? And, it's not that it's wrong, but it's just, what's really ours and what isn't. Potentially, could there be something out there that we have no relationship to? Of course there could. So, that would be part of this person's responsibility. Jill also puts a lot of stuff out on social media. So not just Unleash Consultants. She's putting postings out, and, I just can't tell you, if she's on vacation out of state, if I call her at 11 o'clock at night, she'll take something off that is misinformation. And she's always somebody that's accessible. And you just can't buy that nowadays. And she still has a passion for it. And she loves part of what she does. So we definitely are not going to end that relationship at all. It would just provide her some support. Sometimes she struggles to know, where do I go from here? And so this person would pull together a comprehensive strategic communications plan. Well, you have to have a skill set. You also have to have some writing ability. You have to know how to speak to your audience. So that is why we're looking for someone with strength in journalism or writing. So.
Nikki.
I don't disagree. Communications is a real world problem, and we should be having somebody filling the position. One thing I just struggle at is looking at that base price right away. You're going to be expecting to deal with community leaders, right? We all know it. Well, we don't all, but some of us do know how hard it is to get into a tribal community because of a trust factor. So who do they rely on? Me. So essentially, in order to get you to gain that trust, I'm doing all the work while you're trying to build those relationships. So I would be more inclined to see that position to be added, our room to grow up to that price, because in the meantime, all fine and dandy when Nikki gets off school board in 4 years. Who else is going to be communing with Prairie Island? I'm not going to be easy accessible. So this is where all you other people are going to be learning how to build those relationships with too. So in the meantime, you have me to utilize me for 4 years at a very low price. May I add, but like I just say, I don't disagree, but we also need room to grow because like, I believe it was Holly or somebody else I mentioned, we've already got a lot of key players in that communications role that are, it is choppy and sloppy maybe. And where this position is just, like I said, I would like to see it grow. I don't disagree with that. That can't be the price because it is a lot of work to finagle and communicate and make sure that is exhausting. Hands down, not going to lie. But like I said, if we're integrating that community engagement piece, there's a lot of communities that have to have that build trust, and that takes time. I'm very proud of being part of Prairie Island and allowing non-Indigenous people come into our community and helping them gain the trust of our community members so they can do the work that they're effectively doing, because it is exhausting to me to always have to communicate back and forth to everybody, make sure everybody knows what's going on and yada, yada, yada. It's just easier to help everybody else build those relationships. So that's just my input as not a master's but just being community raised and with community engagement and communications under my belt, grandfathered in traditionally.
And I agree, Nikki, that's a very important thing. Building trust is a big part of what this person will do. I also think that we want to maybe talk to Jackie a little bit because this is deceiving. This also includes a benefit package. And so when you're looking at that $85,000, that would include benefits, but Jackie could speak more to that. So I wanted to clarify that because I don't know if any of the other positions included the benefits when we're looking at a person's responsibilities and jobs and everything. So Jackie.
Yeah, but everything we've looked at tonight has included benefits. So again, we banded it similarly, took the mid-range position where could be higher, could be lower on salary, a mid-range. Program director group C is a step 8, it has 15 steps, so I just picked step 8. Could be higher, could be lower based on experience. Year-round, 32 hours a week, about 53,000 in salary. You see the benefits there. Because of how much this person will be traveling between our buildings, many of the directors and supervisors in this group get a vehicle allowance. I assume this person would get a vehicle allowance as well. The reductions in cost there, and as proposed, it would cost us $62,462 out of our ESSER funds.
Thank you, Jackie.
You're welcome.
Any other comments? There's a motion on the table made by Jennifer, seconded by Pam. Arlen?
Based on what I've heard, that just threw me over the top to support this. I thought the 85 was a salary. If I hear that salary and benefits, I'm totally behind this.
You know, I will say I've been here for almost 6 years, and position has been on the table every single year. And it keeps getting pushed off and pushed off and pushed off. And, you know, like you said, Dawn, I think it's time to invest in I know it costs a lot of money, but it's time to invest. I mean, we'll also have some pretty good competition coming up with charter schools and kids going online elsewhere. I mean, and so, you know, we also have to think about that, and we don't want to lose more kids. We want to gain more kids. Jim.
Thank you. This has been beat up pretty bad. So I think that, the 85 is remember, it's 0.8. So I truly think it should be a full-time position. We could probably get somebody at 85 for 100% that wasn't in banded where it was. So I'll just share that. I think it's more of it than at 0.8 position myself. So, but call the question.
I agree, Jim. I do agree with that. I think it's a full-time position, but we had to start somewhere.
Well, we can't all of a sudden now, if we put in a supervisor position, if we add another 20% to it, now you're over 100-some thousand, 600,000, however, 6 figures. So if you start not in that position and give them the 85 for 40 hours a week, you're ahead. You're ahead of the game. Same money, 20% more work. So.
All right, we'll call the question and vote on the motion on the table to approve this position. We'll start with Ms. Tower.
No.
Ms. Tift. Aye. Mr. Bryant.
No.
Ms. Buck.
Aye.
Mr. Derricks.
Aye.
Ms. Ostendorf.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, so that passes 5. Library discussion this evening. We appreciate the great dialogue. Last up is upcoming meetings and topics. There's reminders, so I won't go through them. Any other future topics that you'd like to see that you want to talk about now, or you can always email any of us those topics. All right, then I need a motion to adjourn. So
Second.
moved by Holly, seconded by Jim. We'll start the roll call vote with Ms. Tift. Aye. Mr. Bryant.
Aye.
Ms. Buck.
Aye.
Mr. Derricks.
Aye.
Ms. Ostendorf.
Aye.
Ms. Tower. Aye. Chair votes aye. We are adjourned at 8:17.
Have a good week, everybody. Goodbye.
Good night. All right. That moved fast. Good job.
Not too bad.
Not too bad.
Yeah.
I think it's easier when we're